Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Nate here. And Fallout's Dunwich Mystery, perhaps one of the biggest and most convoluted in gaming right now, seems to finally be coming to a head. You see, throughout the history of the Fallout franchise, but especially after Bethesda's acquisition of the IP in 2008, the universe has been aflush with references to a dark, eldritch entity, perhaps several dark, eldritch entities lurking in the background, and a mysterious, lost ancient civilization that once worshipped it or them. Indeed, there are even suggestions that many of the pre-war world's most influential leaders were enthralled as well. These Lovecraftian, supernatural references are largely communicated through Easter eggs and environmental storytelling. However, over the years, they've become increasingly prominent and difficult to ignore as the developers have put more and more resources into weaving an enormous occult cosmology, at first right under our noses, but now right in our faces. A few years back, in 2023, we took a pretty deep dive into the subject, and since then I've uploaded a handful of intermittent updates as new content was added in by Bethesda. However, over the last 3 years, a series of new, fresh discoveries have been unearthed in some of the earlier titles that, in some cases, evaded our detection for as long as a decade. Furthermore, more recently, a series of new expansions to Fallout 76 and even Fallout Shelter have enlarged both the scope of this eldritch subplot and our understanding of it considerably. Thus, I think the time is right to go back to the very beginning, reassessing the Dunwich Mystery from its early origins in Fallout 3, though it may arguably begin with Fallout 1, more on that later, through New Vegas, Fallout Shelter, Fallout 4, and finally 76. Recontextualizing our previous findings with the more recent ones to produce what I think will be the definitive investigation of Fallout's Lovecraftian plot. Anyway, without any further ado, let's do further. So, as I'll argue throughout this video, in a sense, Fallout's eldritch undercurrent has really been pulsing through the franchise since its inception in 1997. However, I think the best place to begin our investigation is in 2008 with the release of Fallout 3. 3 was the first game in the IP to have been developed by Bethesda Game Studios, and BGS seems to have had a unique enthusiasm in exploring the themes of cosmic horror. On the southwestern edge of the game's map lies the Dunwich Building, a crumbling mid-rise office complex that's suspiciously solitary, surrounded by nothing but desert wasteland. Such a structure would make more sense in the DC Metro. What's it doing all the way out here, all by itself? Well, as we'll soon establish, this compound was once the corporate headquarters for a company known as Dunwich Boerers LLC, a firm that specialized in the production and sale of advanced mining equipment, and maybe a little else. The closest nearby outpost of civilization is Girdershade, really just a pair of shacks inhabited by a Nuka-Cola-obsessed woman named Sierra Petravita and her orbiter of a neighbor, Ronald Laren. When asked about the region, Ronald warns the player not to stray too close to the Dunwich Building, claiming it has bad mojo. Upon disregarding Ron's advice and entering the building anyway, it will quickly become obvious that this place is infested with feral ghouls, and, well, something even stranger. As we fight our way through hordes of rad zombies, we'll bear witness to undeniable evidence of paranormal activity. Doors will open and close on their own, objects will randomly fly across rooms, and the player will be subjected to a series of mysterious hallucinations unlike anything else in the game. These anomalous sightings, combined with the already spooky nature of its ghoulified inhabitants and the distinctively dark interior, all make the Dunwich Building feel more like a location ripped out of Resident Evil or Outlast than the sunny and bright wasteland we're so used to. A clearly intentional design decision by the developers. Gets even weirder though. On an old terminal we can find, once operated by a certain Herman Granger, are a series of entries dating to both before and after the bombs fell. These entries are somewhat unique, as they evidently weren't typed by human hands, but rather, as the terminal's header reveals, they were created using auto-dictation software. That is to say, they're all text-to-speech. Altogether, there are 6 documents, spanning from 2077 to 2134, and they certainly offer us an interesting perspective as to what was going on here. The first entry, dated to October 18th, 2077, just 5 days before the Great War, reads, quote, "Coughing. Memo to sales staff. In recognition of an exemplary quarter, Mr. Statham has authorized me to release sales staff early for the holidays. Unintelligible. It was no easy task to release a new acoustic borer to a market used to conventional bit bore drilling systems. But thanks to your hard work and unintelligible, acoustic bore drills are setting a new standard in the excavation industry. Coughing. Thanks to your many private sales and procurement of government contracts, we'll all be in the black for the foreseeable future. Happy holidays from Mr. Statham and Dunwich Boerers. Now get home to your families. Applause." Unquote. Nothing super crazy here. The sales team was evidently given the task of marketing some drills, which they obviously did pretty well, seeing as this is essentially a congratulations letter from management authorizing them all to take the holidays off in light of their performance. What is worth mentioning here is that Dunwich was selling acoustic boring drills, which, in our world, circa 2026, are not really a thing. This must be a new technology in Fallout's 2076 America that allows mass underground drilling and rock and mine tunnels to be dug out with acoustics rather than traditional rotating bit drills that cut through the rock. If you've seen some of my Elder Scrolls videos on the Dwemer, this actually sounds a lot like how the dwarves of Skyrim and Morrowind are said to have dug their massive subterranean cities and caverns out with tonal magic, or the power of sound. That's what Dunwich Boerers evidently was doing. They were building drills that used sound to mine rather than traditional force. Anyway, the next 2 entries are dated to October 23rd, 2077, the day the bombs fell. And they both say the exact same thing. The text-to-speech software appears to have captured the sound of kinetic blasts outside, recording long, thooming onomatopoeias. You get the idea. Anyway, the next real entry, the next time the terminal software picked up recordable sound, was March 27th, 2134, around 57 years later. Quote, "Unintelligible. What was that? Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Deep breathing. Where is it? Where? Impact sound. Paper crumble. There. Paper crumble. Safe and sound. Jesus, they bled so much, but I kept it clean. Clean. Unintelligible. Shoot. More. Gotta move. Gotta keep it safe." Unquote. Hello? Somebody, likely somebody in deep distress given their heavy breathing and paranoid manner, ran through here looking for something, possibly something related to paper, but seemed to be under pursuit. Perhaps this person was being hunted by the resident ghouls. This is followed up by another entry, exactly 1 month later on April 27th, 2134. Quote, "Deep breathing. My skin, barely any left. One of them now, but they know I still have it. Stay back you, deep breathing. That's close enough. Door, you, and you too, over there. Yes. One of us. Ug Qualtoth is returned. Unintelligible." Unquote. And this is where things start picking up. Another person, possibly the same person recorded last month, is in distress. They seem to be becoming a ghoul. His or her skin is shedding, and they voice what seems to be a suspicion of the ghouls around them before perhaps succumbing to their transformation, saying, one of us, and ominously declaring that Ug Qualtoth is returned. This is the first recorded mention of that name, Ug Qualtoth, in all of the game's lore, and it's pretty nondescript and ominous. But suffice it to say, the creature, the thing that name describes, is one of, possibly the entity at the heart of Fallout's Eldritch subplot, and it's only going to get weirder from here. The final entry is one dated just 3 days later, to May 1st, 2134. Quote, liquid dripping. Oog Qualtoth. Oog Qualtoth. I came. Back this time. Deep temple. Unintelligible. Screaming. Twisting. Unintelligible. Impact sound. No light. No flesh. Unintelligible. Deep temple. Born deep temple. Died. Oog Qualtoth again. Unintelligible. Returned. Unintelligible. Retribution. Notice to user. Internal memory capacity reached. Pagsoft LLC recommends PagMem LLC for all your data storage needs. Please contact your administrator for details. Unquote. So clearly something happened in March of 2134. This terminal's auto-dictation software was suddenly awoken and something bizarre began to unfold. A person, maybe a couple of people, came through this building concerned about an object. A book, perhaps. And then they changed, and all that was left to record was the sound of this horrifying Lovecraftian chanting, which subsequently used up all of the terminal's memory. Fortunately for us though, and unfortunately for everyone involved, while there aren't many more terminals for us to read, throughout the Dunwich building are a series of holotapes, really audio journals, left behind by a man named Jamie, who seemingly wandered into the building in pursuit of his father. In my original Dunwich deep dive, while I was sure to mention Jamie and his story, I really thought the character was somewhat ancillary to the broader mystery here, and didn't give him much attention. It's since become apparent that there's more to this guy than I originally thought. Take a listen to the first couple of entries we find.
Why the hell would he come all the way out here? Dad's been a little nuts for some time now, but not like this. Leaving me in that crappy old hospital without waking me. Without a goddamn flashlight. I made enough selling the meds we scrounged to have kept us both fed at the colony for weeks. Now I'm almost out of rations, my shoes are pretty much destroyed, and I'm still chasing the old coot. By my last reckoning, he was headed south. Maybe I shouldn't have waited so damn long to start tracking him. Trail's gone cold. Gonna wander with these guys a while. They say they wander the area. Maybe somebody's seen Dad.
So, Jamie evidently came down south with his father, who he describes as a little nuts for some time, and whom apparently abandoned him midway in their journey by slipping out of a hospital they were camped in while Jamie was still asleep. Notably, our narrator also describes having made enough money trading to have hypothetically kept him and his dad fed at the colony for weeks. It's unclear what exactly he means by that. There is no location in Fallout 3 known as the colony on our maps, nor is one ever referenced in gameplay. We can presume it's some kind of community to the north, but that's all we have. Anyway, let's continue.
These guys aren't who I thought they were. Jesus, they killed that family for a sack of rotten vegetables. Getting out of here next chance I can without catching a bullet. Hit a caravan today. Trev didn't see the kid and got popped. I took care of Tawny right then and put one in Thor before he saw her fall. That earned me some grub from the traders. Even better, they saw Dad. He was in pretty rough shape and still has the goddamn book. Trader says it gave him the creeps. Me too. But it's good to know he's still alive, still headed south. He must have been trying to trap food here. I recognize his snares. I can make out a building on the horizon. That must be where he headed. If not, at least I get a roof tonight.
Pause again. Here, the traders Jamie awkwardly befriended reveal that his father is still alive, albeit in bad shape, and notably, is carrying a book with him. Interesting.
Don't like the look of this place. Don't like the smell. Gives me the creeps. Don't want to risk a shot at the crows till I know what's in there. Sneaking in tonight. The raiders told spook stories about zombies in the ruins. Never saw anything like that where I come from. But Lord help me, they're real. Not quite what Thor said, but close. These things look... I think they really used to be people.
Okay, this is weird. So, by now, Jamie is in the building, and he's clearly freaked out by the huge swarm of feral ghouls inhabiting it. But notably, he doesn't seem to know what ghouls are. He calls them zombies, claims to have never seen anything like that from where he came from. Where did he come from? We know it must be north of here, a place called the Colony, but how did this man grow up in the wasteland and never encounter, or at least hear about, one of its most abundant creatures? The only explanation I could think of is that Jamie must have lived and traveled through this building very shortly after the Great War, before feralization was a common thing. The auto-dictation terminals we read earlier do record some strange human activity as early as 2134, but that's still nearly 60 years after the bombs fell. We know that ghouls were a pretty common sight by then. Indeed, some evidence we'll look at later actually reveals the story concerning Jamie and his dad is actually fairly recent, having occurred only shortly before the Lone Wanderer's escape from Vault 101, making his unfamiliarity with ghouls even harder to explain. The Colony, the place Jamie and his father are from, must have been a very isolated area. Regardless, there are two final holotapes left by our guy that wrap up his story.
God help me. I found Dad today. I didn't think it was him, but the face. The zombies didn't touch him. I think he was becoming like them. Didn't know it was him until I found that old book near him. No more killing. I just need to go. Can't forget the book. All I have left of him. It's warm against the stone. I'll just rest a while. Sharp knife to send him to Deep Temple. Flay and say my words. Abdul comes again on the feast of the weaker, feast for the Deep Temple. Born again, here, Al-Hazared, Yeth.
Thus, Jamie's correspondence concludes with the man having succumbed to whatever dark force haunts the Dunwich building, himself transforming into a brainwashed ghoul dedicated to its worship. And indeed, once you fought your way into the office's basement and have navigated through a series of subterranean tunnels, you'll find yourself in a large, cavern-like chamber, with a natural rock and dirt interior, almost as if it had been dug out. And at the back of this chamber will be a now ghoulified Jamie, evidently praying to a strange black obelisk in the company of several feral ghouls. While Jamie himself is technically just a ghoul, not feral yet, according to his model and texture, as soon as he spots you, he and his zombified friends will all turn hostile, serving as one final boss battle. Despite his earlier recordings, the man, or once man, uses only generic ghoul combat dialogue, although the player will gain karma for slaying him. Alright, so what on earth is this? This obelisk, this dark shrine, is unlike anything we've ever seen in the Fallout franchise, standing at somewhere around 15 to 20 feet high, black in color, with 5 human skulls ingrained into it, and what appears to be a petrified woman sculpted, or I hope sculpted, emerging from its top. It also emits a small amount of radiation. Not even the creepiest part though. While in the chamber, a strange voice can be heard calling to the player that gets louder as we move closer to the shrine. The sound seems to be repeating the word Al-Hazared on loop, an echo of one of the phrases exclaimed by Jamie in his final audio journal. Furthermore, the perimeter of the obelisk is littered with the skeletal remains of about half a dozen individuals, ominously suggesting that a dark sacrifice was once made here. So, to recap, The obvious implication of all this, given that Dunwich Boerers was a mining, or at least mining equipment company experimenting with state-of-the-art, near science fiction techniques, and that the path to the cavern was evidently paved by them and even fitted with stairs and lighting, is that the Dunwich company itself deliberately dug up this shrine for some sort of twisted purpose. The remote location of this building, which we commented on earlier, was not mere happenstance or a product of Washington, D.C. property values. They deliberately chose to build their HQ atop a twisted Lovecraftian shrine, which the firm later excavated and clearly sacrificed to. The entity at the center of all of this seems to be called Ug-Qualtoth, and it reawoke in 2134. After the arrival of some distressed wastelanders in the possession of a paper or book of note. The entity evidently has some ability to brainwash and transform humans who stray too close into ghouls, something poor Jamie and his father learned the hard way. And finally, recall that Jamie described his father as already a little mad and in the possession of a strange book. Such is the story of what is indisputably the darkest and most mysterious building in the Capital Wasteland, and we're left with a plethora of questions. Thankfully, the Fallout 3 official game guide, published by Prima Games, though written with the help of many of Bethesda's in-house writers, reveals much about this location and the people who suffered in it that we never learn in the game itself. The game guide features a large, several hundred-page encyclopedia that breaks down just about every single location in the Capital Wasteland, including Dunwich Boerers, which has a couple pages of its own. The section opens with a short list of the building's two, quote, inhabitants. Here's what it says about the first, Jamie. Quote, Jamie Palabras. Jamie was born in the mid-wastelands to a ranger. His father returned to camp from an expedition with a thick book, bound in odd black leather and stamped with strange glyphs. Convinced the book would fetch a high price, his father traveled to the Capital Wastes to offer it to the Brotherhood of Steel scribes. Despondent, Jamie's father vowed to return the book, quote, to its source, unquote. Okay, so pause right here. This is a very short, possibly incomplete paragraph, but there's a lot to unpack here. For one, it describes Jamie's birthplace as the Mid-Wastelands, and it's entirely unclear where or what that is. In his journals, the man already implied that he and his father were originally from somewhere called the Colony, and that place seems to have been north of DC proper, but no lore on any such location exists. Even now, in 2026, 3 Fallout games have since released, and no mentions of the Colony or Mid-Wastelands have ever appeared in Fallout lore since. Not even a passing reference in dialogue or guides. My best guess is that Mid-Wastelands may be a reference to the old American Midwest. There's some lore which suggests that the Midwest Commonwealth was one of the 13 Commonwealths of the United States reorganized in the lead-up to the Great War. Go watch our Fallout History Timeline video for more information on Commonwealths. But even that is just wild speculation. Suffice it to say, Jamie's origins are difficult to pin down. The next thing that sticks out about this paragraph is that the man's father is described as a ranger. This is an interesting choice word. At the very least, it suggests that the elder Mr. Palabras was an experienced survivalist in the employ of some faction with means. It could possibly even have deeper connotations. The events of Fallout New Vegas reference the existence of the Desert Rangers, a somewhat decentralized faction of highly experienced, competent, largely altruistic survivalists that inhabited the Mojave Desert and were ultimately absorbed into the new California Republic. It's unlikely that Jamie's father belonged to this specific group, but it's within the realm of possibility that he was affiliated with a similar organization. Furthermore, the game places additional emphasis on the book the father had. Apparently, he returned to camp with it one day. The item described as bound in odd black leather and covered in weird glyphs. This is very likely the book that Jamie described his dad as possessing in the holotape. Remember, as soon as he starts recording his journals, Jamie mentions that his dad's been a little nuts for some time now. It's very possible, perhaps even likely, that possession of this book is what drove his father crazy in the first place. And finally, what I think is the most significant revelation made by this paragraph is its declaration that Jamie's dad was hoping to sell his book to the Capital Wasteland's Brotherhood of Steel. You see, the Brotherhood of Steel has only been in DC since 2254, just 23 years prior to the events of Fallout 3. After Elder Lyons was dispatched from the Brotherhood's HQ back in Lost Hills, California, to journey across the country with a large force and establish a new chapter in the old capital to hunt for advanced technology. This puts a firm cap on just how long ago Jamie could have ventured into the Dunwich building. Previously, we suggested that his lack of familiarity with ghouls could imply that Jamie recorded his entries quite early after the bombs came, but apparently not. Maybe the colony where he came from was really quite a special and isolated place. Notions of a more recent arrival are further affirmed by the fact that when we encounter him, Jamie is an aggressive ghoul, but not yet fully feral. The obelisk, Ug-Qualtoth, appears to be progressively transforming normal humans into ferals, as evidenced by all of the ferals here. And while Jamie is pretty late in this process, when we encounter him, he's not yet complete in it. Furthermore, the other named inhabitant of the Dunwich building mentioned by the game guide is, hilariously, Ug-Qualtoth itself. Quote, "A strange altar found in the depths of this building may hold the key to discovering more about this previously unknown entity. Unfortunately, as all investigators into the Grimoire oddities are currently attempting to scrape together a day-to-day existence, or are dead, further research may never occur." Unquote. Thus, the game guide simply affirms that the obelisk beneath the building belonged to Ug-Qualtoth, the same name mentioned in the text-to-speech terminal we read earlier. Not necessarily an unpredictable revelation, but given that other names like Alazared and Gieth are also referenced, it's helpful to see Qualtoth confirmed as the central entity. The guide goes on to describe a walkthrough of the Dunwich building. Nothing really new to our investigation, or especially enlightening here. It does describe the chamber where we encounter the obelisk as the Shrieking Cavern, and the description is neat to see from an official source. It also reminds us that the book that originally drove Jamie's dad here remains missing. Quote, "A cacophony of shrieking reaches a crescendo. Jamie Polybras and a contingent of ghouls await and attack. Fight them off, then inspect the chamber. It features a very odd, carved obelisk in the middle, with a body of skulls fused to it. It also gives off radiation. There's ammo boxes, but no sign of the book that Jamie ranted about." Unquote. And there you have it, folks. This is just about everything that the base game and its supporting documentation reveals about what is undeniably the spookiest location in the Fallout franchise up to this point. A pre-war mining firm serving as a front to disguise a dark temple to an eldritch entity known only as Ug-Qualtoth that seems to have reawoken sometime after the year 2134. This eldritch force appears to be capable of driving people into madness and ultimately psychological servitude. The mental changes are accompanied by a physical evolution, or perhaps de-evolution as well, as the shrine and the dark entity it represents appear to be capable of transforming people into ghouls, and the altar itself emanates radiation, indicating, true to the form of the Fallout franchise, the forces we're dealing with have a sort of atomic relationship as well. Now, of course, this whole location and its story was clearly inspired by, something of a reference to, really, the works of Howard Phillips or H.P. Lovecraft. an early 20th century horror writer who authored a series of short stories and novellas revolving around ancient, incomprehensible, godlike entities that saw the human race as soft, feeble creatures to satisfy their desire for worship and sacrifice. Lovecraft's style of horror was less about jump scares or gore, and more like a slow-building psychological thriller, as protagonists slowly realize that they're dealing with wicked, alien-like entities beyond their comprehension. The author, in fact, often avoided particularly detailed anatomical descriptions of the entities his works were centered on, preferring to let the reader's imaginations do much of the work. But he occasionally offered partial and suggestive references, describing the creatures as vast, alien-like, and often invoking aquatic, sea monster-like hints. Phillips never really built a single, entirely connected universe. Rather, his short stories largely dealt with similar themes and often referenced each other. Certain gods or locations would reappear in one tale to the next, but it's important to understand that he wasn't authoring a giant novel with one common plot, rather a collection of independent stories. His works pioneered a genre that now often bears his own name, and largely thanks to the fact that his work was published at a time when copyright protections were significantly weaker than they are today, his writing now effectively all falls into the public domain, and as a consequence, other authors, film producers, and of course game developers are able and willing to reference him quite often. Our short narrative in the Capital Wasteland being no exception. Indeed, the name of this building, the Dunwich Building, and the company it served, Dunwich Boerers LLC, is a nod to Phillips's 1928 story, The Dunwich Horror, set in the fictional and somewhat rural town of Dunwich, Massachusetts. The story told the tale of the Whately family, a mysterious clan that inhabited a large farm with an unconventional-looking and unstable son named Wilbur. The tale followed the family's suspicious activity, the animals that would go missing around their farm, their acquisition of hundreds of cattle over the years, yet the static numbers of their herd and the growing size of their barn despite an absence of new creatures or family members. It's eventually revealed that the Whately family had been nursing a monstrous creature within their barn, said to be the son of an eldritch entity named Yog-Sothoth, who apparently fathered not only this creature, but also Wilbur. Following the deaths of most of the Whately family, with no one to tend to it, the creature in the barn eventually escapes and terrorizes the town before being defeated by a Justice League-like squad of librarians and professors using ancient spells. The story of the Dunwich Horror is obviously quite distinct from Fallout 3's office building. Frankly, Fallout 3's is a bit spookier in my opinion, and as we'll soon see, the Fallout subplot really has evolved into its own thing, but Phillips's influences on the Capital Wasteland setting, and in later games, are apparent. Even the name of the deity within the Dunwich building, Ug-Qualtoth, sounds very similar to Yog-Sothoth, the antagonist of the 1928 novella. Anyway, we'll have more to say on Lovecraft's work and his influences on Bethesda shortly, but for now, let's continue with the mystery in the games themselves. About 8 months after Fallout 3's official release, the game received its third, and in my opinion, its best major expansion, Point Lookout. Set in the swampy marshes of Maryland's old Point Lookout State Park, about 90 miles down the Potomac River from DC, this DLC set players in a new, self-contained, spooky world space, about a fifth or so the size of the original game. The expansion's main story sees the lone wanderer thrust into the middle of an ancient rivalry between two centenarian survivors of the Great War. On one side is a certain Professor Calvert, once a leading academic of the old world, now a deranged brain in a vat, who seeks to leverage his own intelligence and some psychic technologies into having himself hailed as a living god. And on the other is Desmond Lockhart, an ex-British spy who survived the bombs and centuries thanks to his own deliberate ghoulification, and he seeks to stop Calvert at any and all costs. Notably, while the professor is plainly the bad guy of this storyline, Desmond isn't trying to stop the lunatic for moral or just reasons. He just hates him and always has. With the two's mutual disgust stretching back long before the bombs fell, with an origin lost to time. But as all of this is going on, something clearly uncanny and occult related to the subject of this video has been unfolding in the swamps. For starters, the most common inhabitants the Lone Wanderer will encounter throughout the region, unfortunately for the Wanderer, are the swamp folk. Malformed, heavily irradiated individuals implied to be the product of, shallow gene pools, if you catch my meaning, after the Great War. They speak an unintelligible yokel dialect and are said to hunt humans who stray too far into the marshes for food and sport. These sayings are affirmed by what we witness and encounter in the game. The swamp folk, in a sense, fill the void in Point Lookout left by the Capital Wasteland's raider gangs and super mutant clans, serving as a sort of default adversary for the player to fight with an unusually monstrous twist. However, there's also an eldritch angle to these characters. All throughout Point Lookout, though especially near their camps and shacks, the folk have erected sinister, occult effigies made from the remains of their victims' bones, and often doll parts. While during my earliest playthroughs back in 2009, I originally thought this was Bethesda just trying to make their default enemies more evil and spooky looking, though further investigation reveals that there's indeed a horrifying story behind their madness. On the southwestern edges of the map, surrounded by a small clan of the folk and their creepy totems, we can stumble upon the old Blackhall Manor. After fighting our way through the mutated cultists outside and entering the structure, the player will find that all of this space is inhabited by a single, elderly, wheelchair-bound man named Obadiah Blackhall, who will make us an interesting proposition upon our first encounter, beginning the quest, The Dark Heart of Blackhall. Take a listen.
Good, good. People should be able to sit and have a conversation, especially in times like these. Civil discourse, the greatest of our lost arts. Wouldn't you agree?
I couldn't agree more.
I'm glad you think so. Conversation is but one of the virtues that separate us from cretins like those swamp folk. Swamp folk who, I should mention, absconded with a book, a precious family heirloom. I wanted to ask you, friend, will you get it back?
What do I get in the bargain?
Cash, plain and simple. Return with the book, and I'll pay you 1,000 caps, no questions asked.
Okay, I'll get your book.
Good. The fools who stole it believe it has powers, so the thing is probably well guarded. There's a ritual site east of the boardwalk, in the basement of a ruined house. I think you'll find it there. Bring it back to me, and be paid.
You really seem to hate the swamp folk.
I suppose larceny isn't enough reason to hate.
Why did they take your book?
They think the book has a kind of occult power. Superstition and nonsense, of course.
So, Obadiah Blackhall, the only inhabitant of this grand Blackhall Manor, claims the swamp folk who surround Point Lookout, and his house especially, have stolen a precious family heirloom. A book that, according to him, they believe has special powers, and he's offering us 1,000 caps, an extremely high reward, if we can help him get it back. Interesting. The Fallout 3 official game guide provides us with a bit more insight on the nature of Obadiah and the tome he seeks to recover. Quote, "The last descendant of the Blackhalls, a famous, some say infamous, family of wealth in the history of Point Lookout, Obadiah is stubborn and is still entranced by an old book his family once lost. The Blackhall family was deeply involved in the commercialization of Point Lookout in the early 21st century. Constance Blackhall, head of the estate after the New Plague made her an unexpected widow in 2058, cooperated with entrepreneurs who had been trying to acquire family real estate unsuccessfully for years. Despite overwhelming local cultural resistance, the entrepreneurs persistently attempted to bring tourism and modernization to Point Lookout and St. Mary's County. Constance Blackhall was obsessed with the occult. She turned her newfound wealth into a means of acquiring archaic texts and artifacts. The most notorious of these was the Krivbekna, Constance grew a small circle of devotees around herself, styling herself a priestess of an obscure sect based around the book. Constance lived an unnaturally long life, even in the radiation-soaked marshes of Point Lookout. Local legend states that the Krivbekna was stolen from her, and without it, the woman succumbed to a death she should have found generations before. Her legacy, having permeated the provincial culture of Point Lookout, persisted, but what little structure existed within that group deteriorated with no form of leadership. Theirs is not so much of faith as a collection of incoherent chants and rituals, their meanings long forgotten. The Black Halls have stubbornly clung to existence, but Obadiah appears the last of their line. He knows that the Krivbekna has found its way back to Point Lookout and intends to reclaim it, with the hopes of restoring power over the swamp folk to his family. Unquote. So, the Black Halls were evidently once a wealthy and prominent pre-war clan, who, in the year 2058, were taken over by an occultist matriarch named Constance. She leveraged the family's vast fortune to procure an assortment of eldritch artifacts, most significantly of all, an ancient tome called the Krivbekna, which granted her an unnaturally long life and formed the basis for a local cult, implied to be the ancestors of the swamp folk. Evidently, Madame Blackhall's tome was stolen from her, and her suspiciously long life suddenly came to an end, the cult's order also breaking down without its original leader. This seems to be why the swamp folk are so keen on the creation of their horrific totems. It's a legacy, an echo of the Lovecraftian faith Madame Blackhall once preached to them, and that is why such totems remain strung around the perimeter of the Blackhall family residence. Now, Obadiah, the last of Constance's descendants, seeks to step back into her shoes, using the Lone Wanderer to fetch him the Krivbekna and from there reform the old, now broken-up cult, presumably also benefiting from the text's life-extending powers and styling himself a new, eldritch high priest over the swamp folk in the style of his ancestor. It's a crazy, dark plot, but it's only made expressly clear through the game guides themselves. Actual gameplay leaves many, frankly, most of these details, pretty vague. No matter, returning to the quest at hand, sometime after we've spoken to the twisted old man and agreed to do his bidding, as we exit the Blackhall Manor, the player will be tracked down by a Christian missionary named Marcella, who will affirm the wicked nature of our benefactor and plead that the Lone Wanderer take a different course.
Wait a moment. I need to know. Has Obadiah sent you in search of a book?
He has, as a matter of fact.
I thought as much. Listen to me very carefully, child. You mustn't bring it to him. That book is known as the Krivbekna, and it's a thing of evil purpose.
Krivbekna? What are you on about?
Yes, the Krivbekna. The Blackhall family has a long, evil history with the book. It was lost to them long ago, but it's found a way back to Point Lookout, and Obadiah seeks to reclaim it.
Why do you want it so badly?
Obadiah's no better than the heathens he's asked you to steal it from. He believes he can use it to control them, and God knows what else. There's a way to destroy that damned thing. I intend to do just that.
If I recover the book, I'll consider bringing it to you.
I ask no more. You can find me at my tent on the beach, south of Blackhall. God bless your path, child.
Indeed, it would seem that there remain some good people in the wasteland who are aware of and oppose what Obadiah is trying to do, which may necessarily speak to just how far tales of the Blackhall family's wickedness have spread. More notably, Marcella claims to know how the Krivbekna can be destroyed, and its evil permanently driven from the world. Regardless, whether you're sympathetic to the missionary's noble aims or the thought of 1,000 caps in your pocket, from here we'll be directed to the cellar of a clearly bombed-out house, surrounded by the now familiar effigies and a small army of swamp folk defenders around the perimeter. And inside, we will encounter quite the unusual scene. No ordinary basement, the cellar leads into the ruins of what is seemingly some sort of ancient temple complex currently being excavated by the cultists. The ruin is laden with marble walls, marble ionic pillars, and an old brick floor. It all feels very, very ancient. Funnily enough, a look in Fallout 3's creation kit does betray the fact that these ancient temple walls and assets are all actually just repurposed elements from the Capitol building and various Washington, D.C. monuments featured in the base game. But those are all themselves neoclassical structures anyway, modeled off of more ancient Greek and Roman construction, so kinda works out. There's also evidence that a graveyard was built just above this temple sometime after its construction, given the various coffins starting to bust through the walls. Possibly a Civil War graveyard, given all the officer caps strung around the area. Now, this whole complex is pretty freaky, but things get really dark in the final chamber we enter at the bottom. This last room features several effigies surrounding what is almost a stage, where the skeletal remains of what was clearly a sacrifice lie atop a table, with a unique ritual knife embedded into them. And behind the scene is an altar, where the Krivbekna sits next to a human skull, seemingly the skull of the sacrifice victim we just saw. This whole scene is somewhat evocative of that final audio journal left behind by Jamie in the Dunwich building, where after being ghoulified and thoroughly ensnared by Uqaltoth's energy, he calls out to a sharp knife to send him to Deep Temple. Fillet and say my words. Abdul comes again on the Feast of the Weaker. Feast for the Deep Temple, born again here. Alazared, Gieth. The swamp folk here seem to have been acting out something like the chant made by Jamie before the Krivbekna, perhaps trying to awaken dark energies. Could this be what awoke Uqaltoth in the first place? Recall how earlier, according to the auto-dictation software on that Dunwich Boerers terminal, someone disturbed it and awoken something in the year 2134 who likely had a book. Could this have been the Krivbekna stolen from Constance? Regardless, as we approach the scene, and throughout the complex in Point Lookout, a ghostly voice will echo a similar spectral chant to the one we heard when approaching the obelisk back at Dunwich. Listen. No matter, from here, all that's left for the Lone Wanderer to do is seize the Krivbekna, fight their way out of this eldritch temple, and deliver the artifact to either Obadiah or Marcella. Let's explore both paths. Should we head back to Blackhall Manor and return the book to the old man, he will thank us for our efforts and immediately fork over our promised 1,000 caps, and the quest will be completed. The Lone Wanderer will also suffer a major karma loss for this action. Though, even though the quest ends here, there's still something strange that happens. The second we hand the Krivbekna over, a bookshelf in Obadiah's billiards room will suddenly shift to the east, exposing a previously hidden and inaccessible basement walkway. The bookshelf doesn't move on screen. There's no animation where we see it slide or anything. Its teleportation is just automatically triggered by our completing of the quest. Furthermore, with the family heirloom now in his possession, Obadiah will suddenly stand up from his wheelchair and begin walking to the now opened basement door. His sudden movement suggesting that he may have been feigning his feebleness the whole time, or that the powers of the Krivbekna have healed him of his old ailments. However, the fact that the man will get up from his wheelchair and defend himself if attacked at any point prior in the questline supports the earlier hypothesis. Regardless of how he's doing it, Obadiah will walk to his now inaccessible basement, which we can follow him into, where we'll find it filled with swamp folk totems, and the old man will begin praying before a dark altar. Well engaged in his blasphemous worship, Mr. Blackhall will occasionally say the following line of dialogue.
Uqaltoth is returned. Be afraid, worms.
Indeed, in the final moments of the quest, really something of an epilogue, Obadiah betrays himself as an ardent worshipper of Ug Qualtoth, the same deity at the center of the Dunwich building. This, by proxy, confirms that his ancestor, Constance, was once a high priestess of that specific Lovecraftian god whose memory remains venerated by Point Lookout's swamp folk. Sadly, the old man will have little dialogue to elaborate any further. If approached while praying after the quest is concluded, he'll simply demand the player get out of his house.
You shouldn't be here. Get out of my home.
I thought this occult nonsense was below you.
Don't play at what you misunderstand, troglodyte. Get out.
Alright, so Obadiah Blackhall is obviously sinister and deranged, so let's load up an older save and see what happens if we choose to deliver the Krivbekna to Marcella instead. Indeed, this option will extend our workload considerably. Reporting to the tent on the beach south of the Blackhall Manor, where she told us to find her, we'll discover the site is actually an abandoned emergency medical center, and upon our arrival, it will be occupied by a group of very hostile mercenaries, more than likely sent by Obadiah. After dispatching them and entering Marcella's tent, her remains can be found next to a holotape, titled Marcella's Last Words. Take a listen.
They attacked while I slept. I don't expect to survive. I only pray that that you haven't taken that book to Obadiah. You must take up my mission. There is one way to utterly destroy the Krivbekna, but you must take a pilgrimage far north of Point Lookout in the capital wasteland. Seek a place called Dunwich. Within is an obelisk, itself a wicked thing. It'll consume the book. You need only press the book to its surface. May God shed his blessings upon you, child. Make haste for Dunwich. My God, I am sorry for all my sins with all my heart, in choosing to do wrong and failing to do good. I have sinned against you, whom I should.
Yep, Marcella's method of destroying the book isn't to run it through a paper shredder, but to press it against the obelisk beneath the Dunwich building. And now the missionary posthumously asks that we finish her fight. It's a pretty straightforward journey from here. We hitch a ride back to DC on the local ferry, return to the Dunwich building, and make our way back to the obelisk. If you've already cleared out the structure earlier in your playthrough, that makes us all a bit easier, but regardless, once you've arrived before the shrine and interact with it, a prompt will appear, stating, quote, "The obelisk shares its origins with the Krivbekna. Just being around it makes you feel uneasy," unquote. Simply press the book to the obelisk's surface, and the artifact will suddenly be destroyed in a hailstorm of fire. Noticeably, if you haven't cleared the structure by this point, any ghouls still around the obelisk when you destroy the book will catch a light as well. Depending on your own level, this can sometimes instantly slay them, but usually it will just slice off a good amount of their HP and leave you able to finish the rest. Either way though, this will conclude the quest and result in a major positive karma boost, assuring us of the righteousness of our actions. And there you have it, folks, Point Lookout's Blackhall side quest story. A surprisingly rich elaboration of the occult themes first introduced in the original game, now expanded and detailed. A fair conclusion for us to draw here is that the book Jamie's dad was originally so obsessed with was likely the Krivbekna, which itself somehow found its way south to Point Lookout after he and his son were lost in the building. I'll admit, it's somewhat confusing that the Krivbekna, as we're told numerous times, seems to share an origin with the Dunwich obelisk, and is itself an artifact associated with Ug Qualtoth, and yet pressing the book against the column results in the text's destruction and necessarily weakens the Lovecraftian forces at play here. Like, if anything, I was getting the feeling that Qualtoth was trying to draw the book to its altar beneath the building, but apparently not. There's also the clear question of how this text made its way all the way down the Potomac after Jamie's arrival in the building. Who took it that far, and how did it ultimately end up in the hands of the swamp folk? Finally, just how much did the Dunwich Company know about all this? Sure, they found the obelisk, but how involved, if at all, were they with Constance and the book? Well, believe it or not, a close look in the game files suggests that Bethesda, at least originally, intended for the Dark Heart of Blackhall quest to go in a very different direction, before changing their mind and effectively reinventing the story in the months before the DLC's release. While this original draft of the story is necessarily unplayable and has been replaced, we can still view many of the unused dialogue files and quest markers in the archives, which allows us to piece together how the story was originally supposed to play out. And this now lost version of the Black Hole narrative would have answered, or at the very least shed some light on some of the questions left by the story that shipped. Evidently, Bethesda initially intended for Obadiah Blackhall to actually be something of a noble, good man who despised his family's dark history and was in fact trying to locate the Krivbekna not to harness its powers, but to destroy it for good. A task he would have enlisted the players' help in. Not only that, but he would have sent you to recruit Marcella to the cause. Listen to this now cut interaction we would have had with a Christian missionary after delivering her a letter from Obadiah calling for her assistance. Obadiah Blackhall sent me. I have a letter.
Obadiah sent you? Well then, let's see what he has to say. Oh dear. No. No. This can mean only one thing.
What's wrong?
Long ago, the Blackhall family possessed a terrible heirloom, a book of evil rituals best forgotten. The Kervibi have their origins in it. The book was stolen years ago, though the Kervibi have never known of the theft. Their fear has kept the Blackhall family safe these long years. That foul book is back in Point Lookout, and they must have it. We can't allow them to keep it. We must get it back before the Kervibi learn anything from it. There's a ritual site. I'm certain they'll be hiding it there. I don't know yet what we must do, but for now, it's enough to steal the book.
So, in this alternative version, the swamp folk seem to have been known as the Krivibi, which makes sense. That term seems to share root with the word Krivbekna, literally, people of the Krivbekna, according to Marcella, and they seem to have avoided attacking the Blackhall Manor out of fear that the family maintained possession of the text, not knowing it had already been lost. But now, somehow, they've obtained it, putting the family and all of Point Lookout in serious jeopardy. Now, just like Marcella, Obadiah Blackhall has several cut dialogue lines associated with this version of the Dark Heart quest. However, unlike Marcella, these lines were never actually voiced by an actor, or if they were, the sound files were scrubbed from the archives by Bethesda. All we have are textual versions of what he would have said. And apparently, the old man would have been prepared to perform a ritual wherein he'd sacrifice his own life to destroy the book. Though, by passing a speech check, the player could instead convince him to admit that there is in fact another way to abolish the text's influence. Here's how the exchange would have gone according to the dialogue view files. Quote, "The Krivibi had it. I took it, and now she's dead. You have it. God help us, you do." Yes, I will be using a southern accent for Obadiah. Anyway, that book is back, and this time it'll be the death of me. I'm sorry, Obadiah, but it's true. The book is here with me. I see, friend. This book is the bane of my family. Now it seems it will be the death of us too. There must be something we can do. We have the book. I fear the Blackhalls are lost. The only thing left to do is destroy this evil book and spare the world further harm. I've got to do what Constance should have done in the first place. There's a way to destroy this damn thing, though I will not survive it. Wait, what? You're going to sacrifice yourself? This isn't some ordinary book we can toss in a fire and be done with. I can destroy it here and now, but the ritual requires a sacrifice. That can't be the only way to destroy it. Speech check passed. There is another way. Constance had a brother, Richard Dunwich. He was a wealthy businessman outside the city to the north, had a company building there. His obsession with the occult was as great as her own, and there's an object of great evil in that building. The book has been drawn to it before. To take the book there would destroy it. You would have to take that journey, though, and you must not fail if you attempt it." Unquote. Thus, this alternative version of the story that we never got to see would have confirmed that Constance Blackhall, the occult matriarch of Point Lookout, responsible for the dark faith worshipped by the swamp folk, and the original owner of the Krivbekna, was herself a sister of Richard Dunwich, the founder of the Dunwich Boerers Company, the owner of the Dunwich Building, and that the two siblings shared an obsession with the eldritch forces plaguing the world. Richard clearly used his business acumen and fortune to develop a mining company that seems to have served as something of a front for the excavation of sinister ancient shrines. Constance, on the other hand, whose maiden name would have been Dunwich, married into the prominent Blackhall family and inherited their fortune after the passing of her husband, redirecting the colonial wealth into the procurement of forsaken artifacts, including, and especially, the Krivbekna. Such a relationship would also make Obadiah Blackhall a blood relative of the Dunwich family himself, too. Now, because this revelation was all made in cut content, it's necessarily non-canon, and by itself can't be taken too seriously. The name Richard Dunwich had never been mentioned in any other source up to this point anyway. However, at the risk of getting a little ahead of ourselves here, in March of 2021, Bethesda Softworks, in collaboration with the board game publisher Modifus Entertainment, released the Fallout Tabletop RPG, a role-playing board game that essentially served as a Fallout take on the popular Dungeons & Dragons tabletop experience, where a dungeon master, or in this case an overseer, would organize campaigns for a group of players. Anyway, the game was accompanied by a pretty massive, over 400-page rulebook, which described the game's systems, its enemies, their stats, perks, all that. The book also featured a lengthy portion describing various elements of the universe's lore. In one section, which detailed the history behind various pre-war companies, Dunwich Boerers LLC is mentioned, and here's what it says. Quote, Richard Dunwich's Washington, D.C. based company made rock tunneling drills. These mammoth engines of industry made possible the mining and resource extraction necessary for companies like Poseidon to thrive, for societies like pre-war America to be built, and for weapons like those used in the Great War to be produced. Although a favorite of its industrial clients, Dunwich had a more sinister reputation among its workforce. They had an abysmal record of safety, keeping employees on through a combination of high paychecks and morale-building events that sought to sweep their accident rate out of the public spotlight. This neglect frequently claimed lives of employees and family members. A persistent, but likely ridiculous rumor holds these deaths were not as accidental as Dunwich claimed. Richard Dunwich and his brother, Constance Blackhall, were known for an obsession with the occult. A marble quarry where they tested their drills was known to cover the site of an ancient temple to dark gods, whose adherents routinely practiced human sacrifice. Some say the poor safety protocols at Dunwich facilities, and especially at the quarry, were a modern form of sacrifice, intended to bring eldritch attention and supernatural powers to corporate leadership. None can say for certain, as Dunwich Boerers LLC and nearly all of their records were destroyed in the Great War. Unquote. Now, notably, the rulebook inaccurately describes Constance Blackhall as Richard Dunwich's brother, which is a mistake, and the folks at Modifice have since confirmed as such, but otherwise, this 2021 document canonizes the existence of Mr. Dunwich, and indeed his relationship with the Blackhall family. Now, I have to say, I've always been impressed to see this relationship documented in the tabletop board game of all places. You know, Modifice Entertainment, the people who made this board game and wrote the rulebook, are an entirely separate company from Bethesda. And while I'm sure that they're passionate about what they do, I doubt their writers were digging through the game files and reading unused dialogue entries from the Point Lookout DLC to make this connection. Rather, I suspect someone at Bethesda had to tell them about it. My suspicion is that Bethesda shared a series of internal design documents and profiles with Modifice's writers, and Richard Dunwich's existence was described there. But that's just a theory. Whatever the case, the occult man's existence is now canonized. And this text goes on to include a short description of Oog Qualtoth as well beneath its Dunwich paragraph. Quote, Oog Qualtoth. Much of what is known about this entity comes from the mad ravings of captured swamp folk. Many say it's a forgotten god, while those who worship it suggest it may not be so forgotten after all. It is known that the Dunwich brothers believed in it enough to purchase and excavate land to unearth a great monolith supposedly dedicated to the alien entity. Of course, most knowledgeable and civilized people dismiss the rumors as the product of fevered imaginations. Signs of deities of any kind are few and far between in the wasteland. Why spend time and resources on this one? On the other hand, if there is a god of the post-war era, it would almost have to be an eldritch horror from beyond human imagining. Unquote. Now, next to these descriptions, the rulebook has a couple of quest seeds. Basically, suggestions for the game's dungeon master, or overseer, to create stories and quests out of. One such seed is titled The Music of Richard Dunwich. Quote, a show traveling from town to town is rumored to leave madness blossoming in its wake, sending whole settlements into violent self-destruction just days after their departure. This phenomenon started only a few weeks after Eric Carter, the show's leader, journeyed alone into an old Dunwich holding in Appalachia. Unquote. This seems to be a nod to the 1922 H.P. Lovecraft short story The Music of Eric Zahn, which is written from the perspective of a poor university student who moves into a strange French apartment building where an elderly, mute man lives on one of the top floors and plays beautiful, but sometimes disturbing music at night. Our narrator eventually develops something of an acquaintanceship with the old man, occasionally visiting his apartment to listen to his melodies as the musician communicates on notepads and in musical tones. The protagonist describes how Mr. Zahn refuses to replay certain songs and seems terrified to even discuss them. Long story short, it's eventually revealed that the old man's songs are keeping something at bay, something strange and monstrous. The Music of Richard Dunwich quest seed is an obvious reference to this story, but again, like always, it's got some differences. The seeds version follows a traveling show whose music leaves communities in chaos, the exact opposite of what Eric Zahn is trying to do in the story. The second and last Dunwich-related quest seed proposed by the Monifius book is titled The Trail of Tekeli Lee. Quote, starting in an Appalachian hollow, an exodus of several dozen worshippers of Oog Qualtoth begin a pilgrimage to the Dunwich Boerers quarry with the intent of waking their sleeping god. As they walk, the train picks up more and more followers. Unquote. The phrase Tekeli Lee is an allusion to the 1931 Lovecraft story The Mountains of Madness, written from the perspective of a professor describing a past expedition to Antarctica, where his group of academics found evidence of ancient cities and a horrifying, non-human civilization that inhabited them in the Cambrian era, millions of years ago. The group eventually encounters these things that the narrator calls Shoggoths, creatures created by an eldritch race to perform more menial tasks, and the Shoggoths often chant the phrase "to Kelly Lee" when alone or chasing members of the expedition around. All of this is to say that the Fallout tabletop RPG, which we've gotten a bit ahead of ourselves chronologically in mentioning, having released in 2021, offers us some of our most explicit descriptions of Uqaltoth and canonizes the existence of a Richard Dunwich, while also providing some of the more overt references to Phillips's work. Of course, Fallout 3 itself had no shortage of such callbacks. Even the book that is the subject of our Point Lookout quest, the Krivbekna, as it's called, is an explicit callback to the Necronomicon, an occult tome that is referenced in several of H.P. Lovecraft's works, and often served as something of a MacGuffin whenever the writer needed one. In some stories, the Necronomicon is sought out by heroes who seek to use its spells to contain eldritch threats, as was the case in his Dunwich horror story as well. Alternatively, it's often sought by more villainous cultists who seek to leverage its power for their own ends. Lovecraft describes his Necronomicon as being authored in the 700s by a mad Arab poet by the name of Abdul al-Lazared, who himself worshipped Yog-Sothoth and Cthulhu. Quote, "Of his madness, many things are told. He claimed to have seen the fabulous Irem, the city of pillars, and to have found beneath the ruins of a certain nameless desert town the shocking annals and secrets of a race older than mankind. He was only an indifferent Muslim, worshipping unknown entities, whom he called Yog-Sothoth and Cthulhu." Unquote. You'll note that back in the Dunwich building, Jamie called out to something called Al-Lazared, and as we approach the altars, both beneath Dunwich and at the Swamp Folk ritual site, a ghostly voice calls to the same name. Perhaps the Krivbekna shares an author with Lovecraft's Necronomicon. Remember, since all of the author's works are now essentially public domain, Bethesda is free to do this. Though, as we'll continue to see, they're clearly evolving their lore in its own direction with its own cosmology. Anyway, now that we've explored the Point Lookout main story, its cut revelations, and how those revelations ended up being affirmed later anyway, we're almost ready to move on to what the next game in the franchise, Fallout 4, reveals about the Dunwich subplot. But first, before we fully move away from these swamps, there's one more thing I'd like to show you that may be of some significance. North of the island's boardwalk is the abandoned Homestead Motel. Most of its rooms are boarded up and inaccessible, though a few can be broken into through lockpicking. The rooms we can enter are largely unremarkable, though some are kind of funny. In one, we can find evidence of a couple that had clearly finished up some kind of heist or robbery, caught by the bombs while they were trying to move a suitcase full of cash. In another lies the remains of a fallen Chinese spy we learn about in an unrelated side quest. However, the room 1K on the hotel's north side houses an especially creepy and relevant sight. Inside are several pre-war skeletons and eldritch totems consistent with what the Swamp Folk and the cult of Constance Blackhall were producing. Now, this is already pretty odd, given that room 1K is locked when we approach it. We have to use a pick to get in, and the pre-war attire of the skeletons inside betrays that whatever unfolded in this room did so before the bombs fell. And yet, there are all these effigies here that we know are related to the cultists. Could it be that Uqaltoth or the Krivbekna's followers were committing their atrocities even before the Great War kicked off? Well, as we'll soon see, the answer is conclusively yes, they were, though whether that's true of this location still isn't 100% confirmed. Even so, the real reason I bring this site up is what we find in the hotel room's bathroom, a pint-sized slasher mask. The pint-sized slasher is, or I suppose was, a pre-war serial killer, allegedly a child in a clown costume who terrorized the region of Washington, D.C. in the 2050s. We can read about his crimes in an issue of the Capital Post that appears on loading screens and in an article on the newspaper company's terminals in their offices. During the quest Tranquility Lane, where the lone wanderer infiltrates the Matrix-like utopian suburban simulation of the deranged Dr. Stanislaus Braun, who amuses himself by playing God and terrorizing his subjects, Braun, while in the identity of a little girl named Betty, will have the player don the costume of the pint-sized slasher to scare and attack other simulation members. The insinuation of this scene in the Homestead Motel is that not only was the pint-sized slasher real, but that the killer may have been motivated by the Lovecraftian forces at the center of our investigation. The mask is found in the bathtub alongside a grown female skeleton, maybe suggesting that the perpetrator was a woman. It's worth underscoring that the article mentioning the slasher's crimes does date to the 2050s, and the bombs don't fall until 2077. So, hypothetically, the criminal should have been all grown up by the time of the Great War regardless. Furthermore, the Fallout 3 official game guide describes the slasher as, quote, a myth used to scare children who misbehave. The pint-sized slasher is said to appear from a dog kennel at dusk to chase children around with a toy knife. The pint-sized slasher has been the second best-selling Halloween costume, topped only by Captain Cosmos. Unquote. The second best-selling Halloween costume would suggest that hundreds of thousands, probably millions of these masks have been in circulation, and that the perpetrator of this crime that we witness in room 1K of the Homestead Motel may have just been some sort of copycat or maniac. Either way, this scene indicates that Oog Qualtoth's reign of terror in Point Lookout predates that of the bombs. Now, Fallout 3 is generally considered to be the beginning of the franchise's emergent Eldritch subplot that this whole video is about, and indeed, in most ways it is. Prior to 3, the games were all being developed by Interplay and Black Isle Entertainment, who ended up licensing and later selling the IP to Bethesda between 2004 and 2007. And it's Bethesda that's clearly the most enthusiastic about playing with these Lovecraftian themes. However, believe it or not, there are hints of something similar going on as far back as Fallout 1. You see, the main antagonist of the first Fallout game, released all the way back in 1997, was a character known as the Master. Once an ordinary human named Richard Gray, after falling unconscious into a giant vat of the FEV virus and floating around there for several weeks, Gray experienced a series of profound physical and intellectual mutations that led him to developing a bizarre, frankly quite Lovecraftian physical appearance, enhanced by his biological linking with computer systems and a superhuman intelligence. Abandoning his old human identity and assuming the name The Master, the creature that was once Richard Gray became convinced that the only way forward for the human race was mutation at the hands of the FEV, and that all of mankind must be transformed, willingly or not, into super mutants psychologically linked to him. The Master's current headquarters, or at least current at the time of Fallout 1, was the Los Angeles Control Vault. A vault originally built strictly for marketing purposes beneath a giant cathedral near the center of the city. Okay, so cool story, but what does any of this have to do with the Dark Gods, you may ask? Well, by the time the events of Fallout 1 begin, and when we the Vault Dwellers start opposing his nefarious aims, the Master has something of a small religion built around his worship. An entire cult of largely human priests, deacons, and acolytes prays to his name with this whole institutional hierarchy. Not only that, but there's even evidence that the faithful occasionally engage in charitable acts in the interest of acquiring new recruits and warming people up to what they hope will soon be a new world order. They tell interested individuals that they seek a peaceful resolution to the world's problems, cleverly obscuring the Master's ultimate aims. The little religion doesn't have any formal name, however, they're often referred to as the Children of the Cathedral by other Wastelanders and now the Fallout community at large, a nod to the Master's main headquarters, beneath the cathedral. Now, here's the thing. The game itself offers no explanation as to how the Master built this faith around himself. It's never explained in the game. I always just assumed that he was such a powerful force that eventually some lunatic started praying to him, and maybe the creature, once known as Richard Grey, decided to take advantage of the situation and promote the cult. However, that doesn't seem to be the case. Rather, what little lore does exist on this subject suggests something, very different. You see, in 2007, on the 10th anniversary of the first Fallout game's release, and leading up to the IP's sale to Bethesda, Interplay Entertainment released a document called Vault 13, a post-nuclear timeline. This 5-page PDF was in fact an internal timeline on the lore and history of the Fallout universe written up by the developers while Fallout 1 was still in production. At the time, the game wasn't even called Fallout yet. Instead, its creators were calling it Vault 13, hence the name of the PDF. Given that this timeline was entirely internal and written fairly early on in the game's development, its dates and details are technically non-canon. However, it offers us an interesting look at exactly what the developers were thinking about regarding the Children of the Cathedral's origins. Take a listen to the events that it claims were unfolding from 2140 to 2152. Quote, 2140. The Master and his gang of super mutants begin once again raiding settlements. But instead of just looting, now they take as many hostages as they can. The prisoners are then taken back to the base and immersed in the viral fluid. Those that survive are inducted into the Master's army. With the high-tech weapons and armor found within the base, his group is almost unstoppable to the small and scattered settlements. For the next 12 years, the Master and his growing group are an ever-present threat to those dwelling in the wastes. 2152. The Dark God. A vile cult of humans worshipping a god of war and death occupy the ruins of a town within the Master's territory. On their holy day, the priests of their dark temple give prayer and sacrifice to their god. The Master and a group of mutants burst into the ceremony. Instead of running in fear, the cultists fell to their knees and began praying to the Master and his minions. Like Cortez and the Aztec, the Master took advantage of his situation. Stating that he is their god of war, he demanded their complete obedience. The cultists, seeing their beliefs embodied in the being before them, swear loyalty to their god. Instead of throwing this whole group to the vats, the Master had bigger plans for these. They were to become his spies, his eyes and ears in the human settlements. For the next few years, the cultists spread into human society, bringing small technological gifts to the scattered towns in a show of their goodwill. These trinkets were of course from the Master, who had thousands of devices in his secret base. The cultists would infiltrate towns, slowly gaining followers and spreading their corruption, then send word to the Master. When the Master's mutants arrive at the town, the cultists make sure the town's arsenal is sabotaged, and the people are caught off guard. The Master's mutant numbers begin to increase. Those cultists who do well in the Master's eyes are rewarded by becoming super mutants themselves, a level all cultists wish to attain. Unquote. Thus, the internal lore explanation at Interplay for the origins of the Master's little church is not that he organically grew one around himself, but that the villain usurped an existing god of war and death's church for himself. An absolutely wild revelation not made explicit in the game itself. Later on, in 2002, Fallout 2 writer Chris Avellone released his own Fallout History Timeline on what were then the Black Isle forums in hopes of reconciling some inconsistencies and offering a more coherent timeline of the universe's events that fans and future writers could use as a reference. And Avalon's own timeline seems to acknowledge the explanation proposed in the Interplay design document. Frankly, it's likely that he used that document as a resource when constructing his own. Quote, 2152. As their influence slowly spreads throughout the wastes, the Master finds humans, doomsday cultists, and rather than dip them in the vats, he demands their obedience as spies. Their leader is a man named Morpheus, and he pledges his followers to the Master. Morpheus and his cultists form the future core of the Children of the Cathedral. Unquote. So here Avalon describes the Master as commandeering a group of doomsday cultists, a bit different from worshippers of a dark god of war and death, but still conceivably eldritch and occult. Thus, ruminations surrounding dark gods and their followers may have been given a special spotlight following Bethesda's acquisition, but these themes seem to have formed an undercurrent within the franchise from the very beginning. Nonetheless, now that we're all done with Fallout 3's revelations and discussing the isometric titles, we're finally ready to move ahead on our calendar to November of 2015 and see how Fallout 4 advances our Lovecraftian story. Now, those of you who have seen our previous videos, or are just already somewhat familiar with the subject matter, will probably agree that the most appropriate and obvious place to start our investigation of the Commonwealth is at a location on the northeastern edges of the map, helpfully named Dunwich Boerers. Once a marble quarry directly owned and operated by the Dunwich Corporation, clearly as a front for something far more sinister. It's currently occupied by a rather powerful gang of raiders who call themselves the Forged. The Forged are headquartered at the nearby Saugus Ironworks steel plant. However, as various terminal entries explain, the outfit has been using the ruins of the Dunwich quarry to harvest scrap metal, which they then in turn take back to their refinery and process into an assortment of armors and weaponry. A uniquely sophisticated operation by the standards of Boston's raider gangs. Nonetheless, the Forged have overlooked an abyss-sized flaw in their plan, and they're beginning to pay the price. If the sole survivor approaches the Dunwich quarry for the first time from the east, they'll likely hear the discharge of a 10mm coming from a nearby nook called Hugo's Hole on our map, clearly affiliated with the quarry. It seems the Dunwich Company was using a little structure they built out of quarried marble columns to store radioactive waste. And as we try to enter it, we'll find the place heavily booby-trapped with mines and tripwires. At the back of this little rad nook is a small campsite where we'll find the remains of a fallen Forged raider named Hugo, alongside a holotape titled Dunwich, Hugo's Struggle. Listen.
The guys don't bother me anymore. That's good. I think it's... What was that? Can't they read the signs? I think it's time I go back inside the quarry. It's been too long. No, I can't. The guys would never let me in. I could kill them all. No, that wouldn't be what it would want. It's time to lay down. Yes, of course. It's next to my bed. I will. It's loaded.
Not what it would want. What on earth? Clearly, something in the mine drove this man mad, and to fortify himself in this little crevice. Things only get weirder from here. While the raiders on the exterior of the mine seem normal and generic enough, as we fight our way deeper and deeper into the depths of the quarry, the raiders start demonstrating unmistakable signs of paranoia. Even when the player remains hidden, the goons can be heard whispering to themselves and ambiently discussing how this place is giving them the creeps. A number of terminal entries can also be read at various workstations throughout the subterranean structure left behind by its old corporate operators. Each one contains references to huge lapses in safety and an apparent disregard by management for a series of major workplace accidents that have recently unfolded. One entry titled "Railings We Can Read in Most Stations" says, quote, "Much like our support beams, railings cost money. We've placed them where we've deemed appropriate. However, we've had several accidents involving workers falling to their deaths, especially near Station 2. Please take the time to remind workers to be conscious of their surroundings and not lean on the railings. Some of them have rusted out and may no longer be stable. Every 6 months we inspect the railings. So if you find one that's no longer sturdy, it's probably on the backlog and will be taken care of shortly. No need to log another complaint. Signed, Management. Another entry titled Happy Hour states, quote, "It's that time again. Please join us at The Pit, Station 3, for another happy hour. Drinks will be provided, and as always, the bill will be split for all and taken out of next week's paycheck, so no need to bring cash. Please drink responsibly. We don't want a repeat of last happy hour's incident involving Jerry falling to his death. Management." Happy hour on a mine work site with no railings or support beams. This all represents a reckless disregard for workplace safety, even by the OSHA-free standards of the pre-war world. Recall how earlier, in its section on the Dunwich Company, the Fallout role-playing game's rulebook stated that, quote, "Some say the poor safety protocols at Dunwich facilities, and especially at the quarry, were a modern form of sacrifice intended to bring eldritch attention and supernatural powers to corporate leadership." Unquote. What we're reading about on these terminals very much seems to affirm this accusation. Once we've progressed about halfway through the structure, we'll occasionally hear raiders whisper about Bedlam, evidently the name of their boss who's been barking orders. Near Workstation 3, there's a circuit breaker controlling the lights that's oddly turned off, leaving many of the raiders in the dark. If we approach and flip this breaker, restoring the lights, and remain undetected, a Forged member may move to turn the lights back off, muttering something about how Bedlam likes the dark.
I hear Bedlam wants the lights off. Lights off. Is this really happening?
At the bottom of this massive, now illuminated, or maybe not, chamber will be Bedlam herself. She's a rather generic raider, standing out only thanks to her unique name and superior stats. Once slain, we can read her terminal, attached to the mine's centrifuge blower. The first entry is titled Cleaning House. Quote, "Bunch of cowards. Saugus can't run without its iron, so Slag sent me to figure out why the scum in this place can't turn out a shipment of scrap to save their lives. And what do I find? These cowards eating food they haven't earned, whispering to themselves about the things down in the mine. Well, I'm here now. These maggots have bigger things to fear than a couple of ferals." Unquote. The next entry is titled Another Stoppage. "Last 2 shipments made it out on time, but the crew we sent to clear out the ghouls down below haven't come back. We're running out of scrap here. We need to get deeper into the mine. Guess I have to do everything around here." And finally, Bedlam's last journal entry, apparently made sometime after she went deeper in the mine herself, is just her repeating the phrase, "I am safe in the light," 32 times in a row. Obviously, the woman, originally sent here to shore up quotas, was driven mad by the same affliction plaguing the other raiders. Oddly, the final entry professes a safety in the light, yet when we find her, Bedlam clearly prefers the dark. From here, as the Lone Wanderer begins proceeding deeper into the mine, we'll begin encountering hordes of ferals. The exact cause of ghoulification remains unknown in the Fallout universe, thought to have something to do with radiation exposure, and plenty of ghouls inhabit the subterranean remains of Boston's subway system. So on one hand, their presence here isn't entirely unexpected, likely the remains of former workers trapped when the bombs fell. But on the other hand, we know from Fallout 3's Dunwich building that ghoulification is also associated with the Lovecraftian entities worshipped by the Dunwich Company's founder. Past the ghoul levels, a strange rumbling will begin to occasionally make itself heard and felt, shaking our camera and upsetting dust and debris. Serious mining operations ceased more than 2 centuries ago. What could be causing that? And just like we experienced in its Fallout 3 sister location, hallucinations, apparently glances and flashbacks to the pre-war period, will disrupt our journey. Finally, as we approach the last chamber of the mine, events will come to a head as the player witnesses an especially unsettling flashback, where 9 individuals in pre-war attire are arranged before a stage with their hands bound, and where a man in priestly attire cuts something on an altar with a strange blade, once again invoking the ghoulified Jamie's earliest voice journals. Sharp knife, deep temple, fillet, and say my words. When the player moves closer, the hallucination fades. The stage becomes a sinkhole, and several feral ghouls emerge from it to rush the sole survivor. Importantly, all of these feral ghouls are named, specifically named after the various managers and staff mentioned in the terminals surrounding the complex. On the body of one of these ghouls, a certain Tim Schutz, there'll be 2 holotapes. Listen.
Tim, good job on keeping things under wraps. We've taken your advice and have asked the other project managers to meet you at Station 4. Stall them if they arrive before we get there. They haven't been told anything. We are very close to accomplishing our goal. Please be patient. You will be rewarded in time.
Tim Schutz here. No suspicions were raised when the new equipment was brought in the other day. Crew at Station 4 are still under the impression that we are setting up a new station beyond this area. The standing crew you hired are convincing enough. However, do worry about the project managers at the other stations, especially Bob at Station 1. We all know he takes his job very seriously. His bullet point updates bug the hell out of me. My gut tells me he'll figure out something's going on down here sooner rather than later. Please advise.
The implication of these tapes seems to be that this special chamber, where we witness the bizarre sacrificial rite, was dug out by the company in secret, even from its own workers. They went so far as to hire a fake stand-in crew to mislead their own employees about what was really going on. This Tim Schutz guy must have been high up enough to know what was really up, and feared that some of the senior station managers would eventually figure it out. Tim organizes some sort of solution to this that seemed to involve misleading the other managers to coming down here and getting sacrificed. Indeed, on several of the managerial terminals throughout the quarry, we can see messages from senior officials urgently demanding that their station chief report to the bottom of the mine with no explanation. If only they knew the dark fates that awaited them. Still, though, gets even darker. The hole left by the altar in the hallucination reveals itself to be much deeper than you'd expect, filled with water. If we jump in and swim to the bottom, we'll find ourselves staring at a strange, metallic eye. The hole then leads into a small, also underwater chamber that appears to be another sort of temple complex. And on an altar towards the back center will lie 2 mini nukes and a unique melee weapon called Kremva's Tooth, and a one-of-a-kind effect called Sacrificial Blade, which does an extra 30 points of lingering poison and 10 of bleeding damage per swing. The term Sacrificial Blade also seems to be a big clue regarding what this item was being used for. Still though, like all of the franchise's occult sites, Fallout 4's Dunwich Quarry leaves us with more questions than it does answers. Is ghoulification related to the occult rituals being practiced? Exactly how old was this ancient temple being dug up by the company? Was it also erected in the name of Ugh-Qualtoth? Or were there other Lovecraftian entities being sought out by the Dunwich Corporation? The name of the blade, Kremva's Tooth, may invoke the title of another, yet unknown being. What's the deal with radiation in all this? The mini nukes set next to the sacrificial blade are especially bizarre. These aren't cheap munitions. Why would the company place them here? And finally, what on earth was the giant eye staring back at us at the bottom of the final chamber? Well, while many, though perhaps not all, of those questions will be answered in good time, we can almost immediately answer that last one. What was that giant eye? By no-clipping out of the structure, or just opening up the game files for a closer look, we can clearly see that this eldritch piece of steel actually belongs to a fairly common type of Art Deco statue seen throughout the Commonwealth. Specifically, its name in the game files is Metro Man 1, and identical sculptures are seen everywhere, from subway station entrances to hanging over banks to military bases. Furthermore, there are other types of Art Deco pieces different from the Metro Man that appear as well, including angels, and even this especially funky piece that the game calls Metro Kirby statue head. Interestingly enough, we saw similar sculptures decorating the Poseidon Energy oil rig, the Enclave's headquarters in Fallout 2, and even in Fallout 1, where a massive Art Deco sculpture hangs proudly over the entrance to the Master's headquarters, the Cathedral. In our world, Art Deco was a defining feature of late 20s to early 1940s American architecture, and certain elements of it seem to have been making a comeback in Fallout's 2077 America. Okay, so what's one of these pieces doing all the way at the bottom of the Dunwich Quarry? Well, when I first encountered this all those years ago, in like 2015 or 2016, my first thought was mere asset reuse. That Bethesda wanted a spooky thing staring back at us at the bottom of this abyss, but their artists didn't want to have to make a whole new mesh and texture. So they just reused something in the library. Alas, for reasons that we'll continue to explain throughout this video, it's become increasingly clear that that's not the case. Or at least not the full story. Indeed, Bethesda's usage of these Metro Man megaliths in eldritch settings is only going to become more common from here on out, and they're obviously intentional. We'll have more to say about this phenomenon later, as we continue to encounter it. For now, let's move on out of this old marble quarry and see what other occult secrets lurk in the Commonwealth. East of the rotten landfill lies Wildwood Cemetery, an ancient graveyard that once served as the resting place for many great businessmen and government officials. At first glance, little sticks out about this location. However, a tomb near the southern entrance contains some interesting finds. It's recently been refurbished with a new door, and inside, we'll find a strange skull altar presiding over the structure. Someone must have placed this here recently. Oddly enough, our entrance into this tomb will cause a raider to spawn nearby who will attempt to enter. We can either dispatch them or stealthily avoid the character, who will approach the altar and take a seat. Evidently, the forged over at Dunwich Boerers are not the only raiders in the Commonwealth who have found themselves enamored with an occult faith. Though it's not clear if the raiders here share anything with their forged cousins, or if they're worshipping their own nonsense. Let's move on. Just north of the Dunwich Boerers Quarry is the Parsons State Insane Asylum, home to Lorenzo Cabot, one of the oldest and perhaps most wicked characters in the Fallout franchise. As we learn during the events of the Cabot family questline, Lorenzo was originally born more than 450 years prior to the events of the game and was one of the 19th century's most prolific and well-regarded archaeologists. The man grew enamored with the idea of an ancient, perhaps non-human, civilization that may have dominated the Earth's surface in the days before the Ice Age, and he led a series of expeditions to the Middle East, specifically to the Rub al-Khali Desert of Arabia, in search of evidence. And, eventually, Mr. Cabot found some. Somewhere beneath the sands of the Arabian Empty Quarter, the old academic stumbled upon a great buried ruin belonging to the exact kind of bizarre precursors he imagined. But after venturing inside, he returned with a strange helmet and refused to take it off. Following this discovery, Lorenzo started acting strange. His strength exponentially increased, as did his intelligence. He seems to have even developed an ability to telepathically communicate with others and manipulate objects without even touching them. Alas, these superhuman abilities were also coupled with inhuman changes to his own psychology. Exact specifics are always withheld from the player, but the once celebrated archaeologist appears to have lost any sense of morality, and was responsible for a series of mysterious atrocities upon returning home. As a consequence, by the end of the 1800s, Professor Cabot's wealthy family had him confined to the Parsons State Insane Asylum, and commissioned the best minds of the old world to develop a technology capable of keeping him there. His discoveries in Arabia were swept under the rug, and soon his son, Jack, dedicated his life to figuring out a way to cure his father. Alas, while unable to derive a viable treatment, the young Jack eventually realized that the demonic thing that was once his father was shockingly resistant to aging, and that by extracting Lorenzo's blood, he and everyone else in the family could share in their patriarch's immortality. Thus, for the last half-millennium, the Cabot family has quietly enjoyed the benefits of never-ending lives, while their wicked paterfamilias remains confined in his asylum. Throughout much of the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries, the family obscured their true nature with a series of clever name changes and forged death certificates. But since the bombs fell, they've been a bit less reserved, living large in the ruins of a city they helped build. We learn all of this during the events of the Cabot House questline, where the family employs the sole survivor to help them with a number of odd jobs before slowly revealing their darker secrets and interests. Jack has a whole monologue he'll eventually deliver to the player once you've earned his trust. Take a listen.
Are you talking about aliens? UFOs and little green men?
No, that's all popular hysteria. I doubt any of it has any basis in fact. I'm talking about the hidden history of our planet, the very origins of human civilization. Ancient powers that modern science, even at its pinnacle, could barely begin to comprehend.
You think aliens created human civilization?
Yes, if by alien you mean a non-human precursor to the commonly understood founding cultures, Sumer, Egypt, Assyria. My father excavated a city in the Rub al-Khali in Arabia, which he dated to more than 4,000 years before the rise of any known human civilization. The structures and artifacts were strange, disturbing even. Clearly not constructed for or by humans. I've spent my life trying to decipher what he uncovered.
Jack, can I tell him what I need him to do?
I'm sorry, Edward. I just get carried away sometimes. You're sending him to look for the missing shipment?
Yeah.
Well then, I'd better leave you to it. We'll talk more about this some other time, when things are less rushed. It isn't important now. Welcome to the family.
Okay. You're officially hired. Congratulations.
I was intrigued by your theory about an ancient alien civilization.
Actually, it was my father's theory. Now proven beyond doubt, although only to me, unfortunately. There aren't many archaeology journals publishing these days.
What was your father's theory?
He believed that all of the earliest human civilizations shared some common parent that was unknown to history. Think of Atlantis. The myth of an advanced civilization destroyed by a cataclysm is shared by many widely separated ancient cultures. Eventually, he found what he was looking for. A lost city, buried beneath the sands of the empty quarter of the Arabian desert. Millennia older than the earliest human civilizations, but with technology that seems to have surpassed our own. And yet, everything about it is strange, disturbing geometries, tools not made for human hands, carvings that hint at dimensions beyond our own.
The Cabot family's series of odd jobs eventually comes to a crescendo when news gets out that Lorenzo is making a break for it. The old man has somehow, it's implied telepathically, recruited a gang of raiders to attack the asylum and free him from his confines. Jack and the remainder of the family are horrified. They know how evil the old archaeologist is and fear he'll seek retribution from them for the centuries of imprisonment. Thus, Jack and his bodyguard, Edward Deegan, who's also several hundred years old but ghoulified rather than supernatural, will race to contain the prison break and call upon the sole survivor to aid them in one final job. Long story short, while we, Jack and Edward, will succeed in dispatching the raiders besieging the asylum, it won't be before they sufficiently weaken the Abremelin fields, as they're called, containing Lorenzo, and make his breakout inevitable. The player will thus be forced to choose between working with Jack and his bodyguard to fill Lorenzo's prison cell with a lethal superdose of radiation so extraordinary that not even his Lovecraftian powers can resist, slaying the archaeologist once and for all. Or, alternatively, we can choose to hear Lorenzo out and decide to help the madman escape, opening up his cell and unleashing a new villain upon the wastes. If we choose the former course of action and just slay Lorenzo, his remaining family members will thank us for our help and reward us with a unique gamma gun. Interestingly enough, with Lorenzo finally dead, the family loses out on their access to their life-sustaining immortality serum. And if we return to the Cabot house a few weeks later, they'll all have noticeably aged significantly. Alternatively, siding with Lorenzo will result in the supernatural patriarch chasing Jack back to the family home and slaying his old family members. The player can choose to tag along and participate, or just all let it happen off screen. Lorenzo will subsequently reward the sole survivor with unlimited access to his own unique blood, dubbed the Mysterious Serum, which will grant us minus 10 rads from a rad bar per second for 60 minutes, effectively rendering us immune to most mild to moderate rad locations for the duration of our time. In theory, this should also render the sole survivor permanently immune to aging. Furthermore, if Lorenzo wins out, it will also become possible to occasionally encounter the old man in the wild, typically hunched over, studying the remains of ghoulified wastelanders. The player can press him on this, and the archaeologist will admit to having been the one who turned these wastelanders into remains, if you catch my meaning, and he's interested in studying their anatomy. Thus concludes the story of the Cabot family in Fallout 4. And this thing has H.P. Lovecraft and Richard Dunwich's fingerprints all over it. For one, Lorenzo and Jack's central theory, ultimately proven at least somewhat correct, of an ancient, non-human precursor to the world's earliest civilizations is itself straight out of Phillips's writing. Lovecraft very often played with the idea of primordial, lost, non-human civilizations that worshipped and interacted with cosmic forces before the ages of man, largely the same thing the elder archaeologist was pursuing. Beyond a very Lovecraftian core theme, the deeds and fate of Lorenzo may be an even more direct reference to some of the author's specific works. Phillips's 1921 novella, The Nameless City, tells the tale of an unnamed explorer who journeys to the Rub al-Khali desert in search of a lost city buried beneath the sands. Our narrator eventually finds more than what he bargained for, discovering the ruins but slowly growing horrified as he comes to the realization that this was no mere lost human settlement from antiquity, but rather a far more ancient place. Home to a strange, almost reptilian species judging by their murals. An abundance of abandoned temple complexes testify to an occult alien faith they practiced. The story concludes with our hero discovering hints that the creatures who once roamed these halls may not be so extinct after all, as a faint chanting and lightly radiance can be seen deeper in the tunnels, causing him to rush out of there in fear and vowing to never return. The story contains no references to an ancient helmet or its protagonist transforming into an evil, immoral supervillain, but some elements were clearly borrowed from this tale in the background of the Cabot questline. Another Phillips classic that traces of, perhaps even stronger traces of, can be felt in this Fallout 4 story is his 1936 tale, The Shadow Out of Time. It follows the account of its narrator, a certain Dr. Nathaniel Wingate Peaslee. Once a well-liked professor of political economy at a local university, one day in the year 1908, he collapsed while giving a lecture, and upon coming to, experienced a complete shift in his personality and identity. He developed a sudden interest in history, a field he once rejected, became obsessed with occult tomes and rituals, and started speaking in an unusually formal manner around friends and family, often forgetting and mixing up the names of those closest to him. Gradually, Peaslee's colleagues and friends grew to fear him, though, importantly, he was never outright malicious, just weird. Ultimately, 5 years later in 1913, the original Dr. Peaslee suddenly comes back with no memory of the last half-decade. As far as he can tell, one day he just fainted while giving a lecture, and then reawoke on what would be the eve of the First World War. While trying to rebuild his life after this, the man's dreams are plagued with images of a prehistoric, ancient alien civilization and their unnatural cities. It slowly becomes clear that during Peaslee's 5 lost years, his mind had actually been exchanged with an ancient being from an eldritch race millions of years in the past. Creatures calling themselves Yithians from a time predating the dinosaurs have been psychologically swapping their minds with humans and possibly other beings across space and time. From 1908 to 1913, that wasn't Dr. Peaslee at all. It was an entirely different intelligence. The story ends with our narrator journeying to the deserts of the Australian outback, where he excavates an ancient Yithian ruin millions of years old and finds evidence of the beings that possessed him. Shadow Out of Time is a bit of a wild tale, even by Phillips's standards, but not only does it share themes of buried cities and ancient non-human civilizations, but it invites us to consider the possibility that maybe the Lorenzo Cabot we see in Fallout 4 wasn't even the original Lorenzo at all. Perhaps the Fallout archaeologist's personality didn't just change when he put on that eldritch crown. Perhaps his mind and soul were swapped out with something else's. Not just a shift in his psychology described by his family, the man who walked out of that ruin was not the same one who went in. In this sense, Dr. Cabot may very well be far older than just 400 years old. Regardless of how you feel about this specific notion, I think it's clear that the secret of the Cabot House story has some heavy Lovecraft influences. But what about the broader Dunwich plot we've been discussing? How does this fit in with the lore of Richard Dunwich's company, the Black Halls, and Oog Qualtoth? Well, more definitive clarification about this link, aside from the shared occult elements, comes from the 2019 mobile game Fallout Shelter Online. Fallout Shelter Online, or FSO, is a spin-off of the original Fallout Shelter mobile game, which itself released back in 2015. Like the original, the player still assumes the role of an overseer and manages their own vault, but this game leans much more heavily into story and multiplayer mechanics. It features narrative-driven campaigns, online battles, and a sort of gacha system revolving around potential dwellers that doesn't exist in the original. Fallout Shelter Online, when it first released in 2019, was originally a Chinese market exclusive, though its official availability has since expanded into several additional East and Southeast Asian markets. It remains officially unreleased in North America and Europe. You can't get it on the App Store or Google Play. However, various unofficial versions are in circulation and have been haphazardly translated into English. Anyway, I bring all of this up because one of the game's more exclusive mechanics is this hero card system, where just about every named dweller you recruit will have this special hero card attached to them, a unique piece of associated art that can be upgraded and has some relevancy in multiplayer trading that's not important right now. Well, one such dweller we can recruit, thanks to a sort of loot box gacha system, is Lorenzo Cabot. And just take a look at his unique card art, specifically the megalithic sculpture in the background. This appears to be an extremely similar, dare I say, identical statue to the one we saw staring back up at us from beneath Dunwich Boerers, indicating that the mad archaeologist may have encountered such an object during his time in the Lost City where he found his famous artifact. We'll have more to say about these giant heads soon, but first, Lorenzo's lore gets even weirder. In the early 2020s, FSO got an update with an interesting new mechanic called biographies, where upon building a new room in your vault, appropriately called the VR room, which clearly resembles the memory loungers from Fallout 3's Tranquility Lane or the VR chamber from the game's Operation Anchorage DLC, we could load up and replay the memories, or hero biographies, of various dwellers who we've recruited in our vault. Usually, each dweller will have 4 to 5 short, maybe 2 to 4 minute long memories or levels in their hero biography, which all offer a little bit of lore on their past and opportunities to collect rewards. Now, I don't want to oversell anything. These quests are really short, only a couple of minutes each, and pretty much all of the lore conveyed by them is incidental or just through a monologue any given character will have at the beginning of each memory level. But if we have Lorenzo Cabot in our vault as a dweller, again recruitable thanks to the game's RNG system, his biography levels will be pretty interesting. His levels, you see, are set in the Dunwich Boerers mine of Fallout 4, and in each one, we play as him and fight our way progressively deeper. The gameplay itself, as alluded to earlier, is pretty short and generic. Generic enemies, relatively generic mining environments, you get the idea, but his monologues at the start of each level are a pretty relevant read. Here's how level 1 starts. Quote, "After visiting the artist, Pickman, I took interest in the Dunwich mine pit. What kind of secrets are buried in the bottomless pit? As a scholar, that question constantly tickles the back of my mind. What's more, my vague intuition tells me that, just maybe, I can find something related to the Rubal Hari Desert in the depths of this mine. Note that Rubal Hari is almost certainly just a mistranslation of Rubal Khali, the desert he originally found his lost city in. Fallout Shelter Online is riddled with these lovable errors in translating Chinese to English. Back to the monologue. Over the years, everyone, including my family, thought I was crazy, but I know I am sane, and I am the only one who can find the truth in this world. There is a kind of whisper in this mine pit that can disturb your mind. I need to act carefully, and use bonfires to restore my sanity when necessary." Unquote. After this, Level 1 begins. Level 2's opening monologue reads, quote, "I have gradually felt the darkness in this mine pit. A kind of horror and madness that humans cannot comprehend thrives in here. My thoughts are often interrupted by those whispers, which evoke memories of the past and make me feel restless. But I feel I am on the right path, the path extending under my feet into the boundless darkness. Can't stop. It won't let me stop." Here's Level 3's. I meet those weird cultists that Pickman mentioned. Eyes blank. Their hysterical, shrieking laughter echoes in the darkness of the pit. I have heard of Pickman's adventures here. If even a calm and self-restrained person like him was driven crazy by the endless chatter, there's no chance for ordinary people who stray into this place. But I am different. In order to return to that city, I must know more. It will let me know more. Level 4. As I get deeper into this mine, I feel more and more fear crawling into my bones. The darkness that extends to the bottom of the earth is like an endless universe. The farther I've ventured, the more it is clear my lack of understanding. I believe I am close to the center of this mine pit. I see more and more otherworldly things, strange creatures hiding in the darkness, and humans who have long since lost their minds. Only by going deeper can I get the answer I need. But I am not sure now whether I am worthy of this grace. And finally, his last little monologue is at Level 5, the final level. Quote, "The whispers have disappeared, replaced by a deadly silence. The air here seems to absorb sound. I try to open my mouth and shout, but I can't hear my voice. I don't know if there's a problem with me mentally, but I am sure I am very close to the answer." Level 5 is unique, as being the last level of Lorenzo's memory biography, the game also delivers a short epilogue at its conclusion. Quote, "There are sparkles in Lorenzo's eyes, murmurs in his mouth. He's excited as someone finding a lost city hundreds of years ago. Perhaps only a pure lunatic can understand his joy. In the darkness and silence, there is no living thing to respond to his madness." Unquote. Such is the short story of Lorenzo's VR memories in Fallout Shelter Online. Now, there are some obvious problems here regarding the chronology. The Fallout Shelter Online story is supposedly set in between the events of Fallout 3's and 4's in the mid-2280s, and we know that Lorenzo Cabot has been locked away in an insane asylum since the 1800s. So how did he ever find the time to go explore the Dunwich Quarry, which probably wasn't even built until relatively recently? He references Pickman, a Fallout 4 character we will discuss momentarily, who is definitely not immortal, so these events must have taken place in the last generation or so, probably just a couple years ago, despite that being relatively impossible given what we know about Lorenzo's imprisonment. Bethesda has never definitively commented on whether or not the events of this mobile game are entirely canon, but my gut feeling here is that we should take the specific timeline suggested with a grain of salt. You know, Emil Pagliarulo, Fallout 4's lead narrative designer, has repeatedly stated that canon is what is in the games, but I don't know whether or not that's applicable for the mobile titles. Thankfully, though, regardless of just how seriously we should take its lore implications, Fallout Shelter Online's revelations provide a nice segue into the next Fallout 4 character worthy of an investigation: Pickman. Cabot's mobile game dialogue straight up tells us that the old man developed an interest in Dunwich Boerers after speaking with Pickman, and indeed, this character is very worthy of a profile. True to Lorenzo's claims, in Fallout 4, Pickman is something of an artist who owns and operates a small gallery in a North Boston townhome. Coincidentally, just a short walk down the street from Cabot House. Alas, the man is quite unconventional in his canvases and means, preferring to paint his portraits and construct his sculptures out of human remains. Some of the works here are genuinely a bit gory and possibly unsafe for YouTube advertisers, though thankfully what we're really interested in, and what will become relevant later, are the paintings on his walls. Now, as is revealed by the events of his associated quest, while something of a lunatic himself, Pickman does have his own sense of morality, and only uses raiders in the creation of his artworks, believing that the world won't miss these menaces to society, and that they have it coming anyway. Upon our first visit to Pickman's gallery, the building will actually be under attack by a gang of raiders who will be searching for the artist in the structure and promising to extract vengeance when they find him. Evidently, he incorporated one too many of their friends into his hobby, and now they seek revenge. Encountering this scene begins the quest Pickman's Gift. After clearing the raiders out of the base structure, the sole survivor will be led through the basement and into a series of sewers beneath the home itself, where the raiders have continued their hunt for the Eldritch Illustrator. Eventually, we'll find Pickman himself in the flesh, cornered by 3 bandits and their leader, a boss figure named Slab. The player can either let the raiders get their revenge and execute the artist, though as soon as they finish, they'll turn their guns on the player, or intervene and slay the raiders, saving Pickman's life. If we do this, our painter friend will let out a great sigh of relief and thank us for our help. He'll have a surprisingly soft, almost whispery voice, and as a token of gratitude, he'll give us a unique key, which we can take back to the gallery and use to unlock a safe behind one of his paintings, which will contain a unique knife called Pickman's Blade, which has a special modifier that grants an extra 25 points of bleeding damage per hit on top of a base 15 points, as well as some random leveled loot and a note from the artist, which simply reads, "Thanks, killer." Upon collecting these items, the quest will be completed, and Pickman will in fact despawn from the game, though we'll occasionally still be able to come across bodies of raiders in the wasteland with his calling cards in their pockets, proving that the man remains out and about. Now, Fallout Shelter Online content aside, the story of Pickman in Fallout 4 is all clearly a not-so-subtle reference to Lovecraft's 1927 novella, Pickman's Model. The story is about a Boston artist named Richard Upton Pickman who operates a small gallery, literally called Pickman's Gallery, in the city's North End. Lovecraft's Pickman was apparently famous in the city's art community for his incredibly detailed depictions of monsters, ghouls, and other paranormal creatures. But apparently, he grew ostracized as his paintings began getting a little too detailed. The tale is told from the perspective of a friend of Richard Pickman, named Thuber, who is describing his experiences with the infamous artist in a conversation with an associate named Elliot. In their conversation, Thuber explains that he was once a great admirer and even friend to Pickman before breaking off contact following a weird interaction he then describes. Apparently, some weeks ago, our protagonist, Thuber, was invited by the artist to his North End gallery, where he marveled at some of his works, though was disturbed by many others. The images increasingly led our narrator to feel uneasy and nervous. At one point during their tour, a noise is heard that startles Pickman and causes him to run off with a revolver in hand, believing something may be moving in the crypts. Notably, Lovecraft's version of Pickman's gallery is also located directly above a network of subterranean tunnels, not at all unlike the Fallout 4 location. While Pickman is running off searching for the origins of the weird sound, Thuber, our narrator, is entranced by an especially gruesome painting, and he reaches for a folded piece of paper next to it. As he grabs the paper, 6 revolver shots from Pickman startle Thuber and cause him to throw the paper in his pocket. Pickman then returns, blaming his little excursion and revolver discharge on, I'm not kidding, mice, and the tour wraps up with Thuber being escorted out. The big climax at the end of Lovecraft's story comes when the narrator is long gone from the gallery, but remembers that folded up paper he put in his pocket. He unravels to discover that it's a photograph of one of the ghoulish creatures in Pickman's painting. The revelation being that Pickman wasn't just imagining the horrifying creatures in his art, but they were all real, physical beings living in the tunnels beneath Pickman's gallery. Thuber concludes his conversation with the following sentence, quote, "Well, that paper wasn't a photograph of any background after all. What it shewed was simply the monstrous being he was painting on that awful canvas. It was the model he was using, and its background was merely the wall of the cellar studio in minute detail. But by God, Elliot, it was a photo from life." Unquote. The tale ends here, and once again, Bethesda borrowed a lot from it. The name and hobby of the protagonist, even the location of his gallery, are identical in the story and the game. The only real deviation being that Phillips's Pickman wasn't a murderer. He didn't incorporate human remains into his artwork. He just drew suspiciously realistic paintings of monsters. Whereas the Fallout 4 character goes the extra mile. Importantly, knowledge of Lovecraft's original work invites us to consider the possibility that some of Fallout Pickman's paintings may not be entirely imaginary. Could the artist we encounter in the sewers have been creating images of beings he's truly seen? Well, we'll get into all of this a bit more later, but indeed several of the paintings on display in the gallery appear to anticipate more specific eldritch characters and themes that will become prominent in Fallout 76. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. While Pickman's story in Fallout 4 may have ended here, this was not the last of him we'd see in the Fallout franchise. And in October of 2020, in honor of Halloween, the game received its Call of Dunwich seasonal campaign, available up until mid-November. Now, I totally missed this in our previous Dunwich videos, but thankfully, Call of Dunwich recently reran for Halloween of 2025, and Anakarite, a good friend who has helped me with several of these Lovecraftian inquiry videos, including this one, and who has an English version of Fallout Shelter Online running on a PC emulator, was able to play through and capture the whole thing during its active window. And its revelations are pretty bizarre and very much relevant to our favorite artist. The Call of Dunwich story features about 5 or so levels strung out across a relatively linear campaign map, and when booted up for the first time, we'll be greeted by Pickman, who wishes us a good afternoon and informs our party of some strange raider activity east of our map in the Salem ruins that needs investigating. From here, the campaign will see our party follow Pickman into a series of dungeons where the story is communicated. Importantly, while Pickman plays a major role, and we do see him in several levels, he's not a formal member of our party that the player can control. Rather, he's just an NPC that pops in at various times. Anyhow, in the first level, we follow the character into the subterranean Salem ruins, presumably a sewer and tunnel network beneath the town of Salem. Here we start encountering a strange type of blue-skinned, red-eyed feral ghoul that we haven't seen before and who boasts considerably stronger stats than most. Pickman meets us at the end of the dungeon and urges our party to press deeper into the ruins with him, claiming he's found a water vein that may lead somewhere interesting. Level 2 begins after we agree to follow him. A strange chanting in the distance is heard. Jays, Haze, Azathoth. What on earth? We progress through a new section of the underground and soon begin encountering people with red eyes and an insane demeanor who ambush us with the unique feral ghouls. Something here is driving these men and women mad. At the end of the section, the Lovecraftian painter meets us again and claims to have found a holotape recorded by some local cultists. Read what it says. Quote, "The information left by Dunwich Boerers is very sufficient. Although these people have died in the catastrophe, they predicted the return of the Master, and we will carry on their careers." The Master's body is sleeping at the Starfall. The key to the door is buried at the bottom of the abyss. The blood that illuminates the road will be offered by the person who brings nightmares. Kaza, Adusa, Jays, Hayes, Azathoth. Unquote. Huh? The cultists we heard chanting seemed to be attempting to awaken an eldritch entity, the Master. Moreover, they were apparently inspired by information left behind from the Dunwich Company, vowing to finish what the mining conglomerate started. Once again, Pickman asks that we continue the hunt for the cultists responsible alongside him. Level 3 sees us follow Pickman on the map into a Dunwich Boerers equipment factory, where everything really comes to a crescendo. We get our first look at the cultists themselves, red-eyed with gray skin, obsessed with chanting the name Azathoth. They are obviously very hostile. At the climax of this level, it's revealed that the cultists are creating the strange ghouls we've been facing with this special blade, something that Pickman calls the Tooth of Clem. Recall how, throughout this investigation, since the very beginning of Fallout 3's Dunwich building, we've noted how these occult locations seem to be transforming people into ghouls. This seasonal event in a Chinese market spin-off of Fallout's mobile game spin-off appears to very much embrace this idea and indicate that the ritual blades we've encountered at several locations are somehow responsible for the effect. Level 3 comes to an end when Pickman picks up the blade, laughs menacingly, and runs off. The suggestion seems to be that grabbing the blade has driven him somewhat mad, and our party must pursue. Beginning Level 4. In this dungeon, we encounter more cultists who taunt us and hint that Pickman, now insane, or, at least more insane than he already was, is somehow a part of their plan to awake their sleeping god. They tell us that blood has illuminated the path for the Master to awaken. You've come too late, and the person who brings nightmares has offered up enough blood. The person who brings nightmares is living in nightmares all the time. He paints his nightmares as artworks of horror, and he will turn the key that ushers the return of the Master. The story ends at level 5, which is literally set at a giant dark Dunwich obelisk on the map that we chase Pickman to, where after one final boss battle with him, we wrestle the blade from Pickman and restore the man to sanity. Or at least to the point he originally was at. Maybe not sanity, I don't think he was ever very sane, but anyway, the painter will utter a sigh of relief, thanking us for our help and declaring an end to what he describes as the Dunwich incident, before suggesting that we help him mop up the remaining cultists on the map. This effectively concludes the Fallout Shelter Online Call of Dunwich seasonal event campaign. We can continue to complete a couple Radiant dungeons for XP and rewards, but the narrative itself wraps up here. And without a doubt, this FSO seasonal tale is one of the weirdest Fallout quest lines, if you will, that we've ever seen, further complicated by the fact that the Chinese to English translation is very much imperfect. My personal suspicion is that the Tooth of Clem, the blade being used by the cultists here to turn people into ghouls and that later drives Pickman mad, is likely supposed to be Kremva's tooth. The same dagger we find beneath Dunwich Boerers on the altar in Fallout 4. We don't actually get to see the blade itself at all in Fallout Shelter, but the fact that this is not happening at all far away from the Dunwich Boerers site, that the cultists admit to being inspired by the Dunwich Company themselves, and what we know about these daggers, it seems reasonable. Furthermore, Azathoth, the name of the deity being awoken here, is also somewhat mysterious. It could be a bungled translation of Ug-Qualtoth, or even Alazaret as we discussed earlier. Translating Lovecraftian names like Yog-Sothoth or Cthulhu, or Ug-Qualtoth into Chinese is about as big of a challenge as a translator can muster, because you've got to preserve the transliteration, but also make the text semantically uncanny, and not only did the folks behind Fallout Shelter Online probably have to do that, but then they had to translate the translation into English. So it's difficult to dissect the exact meanings of words that don't really exist here. The real value of this concept content, in my opinion, is that it further strengthens the link between Pickman and the broader Eldritch narrative we've been chasing the last couple of hours. Something that will be relevant later. It's difficult to discern just how canon all of this content will turn out to be. Remember, Emil Pagliarulo has said, what's canon is what's in the games, though this is clearly testing the limits of that suggestion. I wonder if there's an asterisk for mobile spin-offs not made by BGS proper. However seriously its content is meant to be interpreted, we've about exhausted the Eldritch lore conveyed by the Fallout Shelter and Fallout Shelter Online mobile games. Thus, it's high time that we go back in time to the year 2102 and explore how Fallout 76, the newest game in the franchise, addresses the topic of our investigation. Now, Fallout 76 undeniably does more than any of the previous games in the franchise to elaborate upon and complicate our mystery. You'll see what I mean soon. However, I'd like to start our exploration of Appalachia somewhere more manageable. On the eastern edges of the game's map, just a ways away from the banks of the Shenandoah River at a location called Big Maw. From a distance, the site just looks like a giant pit, or maybe sinkhole in the ground of little note. However, as we descend into the abyss, a sinister undercurrent will become apparent. Watch out for floaters, by the way. The bottom of the maw is absolutely covered in human skeletons, and decorated with strange effigies and totems not unlike those made by the swamp folk of Point Lookout. On a sort of altar-like stone will be the fresher remains of a wastelander, and a cultist dagger won't be too far away. Clearly, this area was once the site of some sort of ritual human sacrifice consistent with what Eldritch occultists throughout the games have been up to. However, it's also even weirder and more than that. If we dive beneath the murky waters of the maw and swim around a little, a massive skeleton will soon reveal itself. A look in the archive files confirms that this is indeed a whale skeleton. As a matter of fact, it's a reused humpback whale originally designed by Bethesda's artists for the Far Harbor DLC back in Fallout 4. What on earth was a whale doing in such a shallow pit of water? Hundreds of millions of years ago, West Virginia was once partially underwater, covered in shallow seas, coastal plains, and murky swamps. However, all evidence suggests that the limited aquatic ecosystem would have never been robust or, frankly, deep enough to support a whale population. So the origins of this prehistoric skeleton somewhat boggles the mind. Maybe it's not supposed to be a whale at all. Perhaps Bethesda means to represent something else here. The mystery continues. On a picnic table nearby the maw's opening is a note titled, "Another Spring." It reads, quote, "I don't know why I came to the Big Maw. I never considered why we called it that. As far back as I can remember, that's just what it was called. I remember family picnics here, and the older kids climbing down to swim in the summer. Now, though, there can be no question. I cannot say for certain which of the circumstances has caused it to open. I do know that I must go inside. Is it the smell? The sound? The warmth? Even as I write these last words, I am impatient to look back into the yawning abyss, the true Maw, the ancient namesake of Big Maw." Unquote. Indeed, this bizarre, anomalous geological structure seems to have been luring people into it for some time after the events of the Great War. It has a sort of supernatural energy. Finally, as if the game's not explicit enough, should we choose to fish in the Maw's water, there's a small chance that the player will be able to catch a unique, legendary critter called Real Takanoth, Maw Begotten, an obviously Lovecraftian variant of the Spike Snapper, with red eyes and a blackened body, as if the developers mean to shout at us what is already apparent, that this is a site of eldritch significance. But what's its nature, and whose totems are these? Well, while the former remains quite mysterious, the latter of those questions is pretty answerable. These Point Lookout-esque effigies, and likely the recent sacrifices as well, are all the doing of Appalachia's Cult of the Mothman. And while that sounds like a very goofy organization for LARPers, this faction, this post-apocalyptic religious movement, as we'll learn, indeed plays a major role in Fallout 76's extension of the Dunwich Mystery. A very big one indeed. So, before we go any further, I'd like to pause for a minute and offer this group a more formal introduction. So, in our world, in the real version of West Virginia, the Mothman is something of a local urban legend, said to take the form of a giant, bipedal moth whose sighting is often said to be an omen of imminent danger. The earliest sightings date to the mid-1960s. Famously, he allegedly appeared several times in the lead-up to the collapse of the Great Silver Bridge, which linked the towns of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and Gallipoli, Ohio, crossing the Ohio River. The tragedy of the bridge's collapse and its association with the creature gave the Mothman national attention, and in subsequent years, Point Pleasant became something of a tourist town for individuals interested in the area's alleged cryptid history. Anyway, Fallout 76 really took the concept of the Mothman and ran with it. The game all but confirms the Mothman to be a real living creature, or really a species of living creatures. Indeed, there are several types of Mothmen that can be encountered in Appalachia. Some hostile, others kinda chill and peaceful. It's unclear if the Mothmen we see in-game are the product of post-apocalyptic mutations, or have just always been around, but either way, they exist. More on their origins later. And one of the major factions that's come to dominate the Shenandoah Valley in the wake of the Great War is a fanatical, hyper-militant cult dedicated to the creature. The Cult of the Mothman is a completely deranged society that insists on the wholesale slaughter and sacrifice of any non-believers to their beloved winged one. They erect uncanny totems around their camps, and while we pretty much never get to engage in proper dialogue with their members, radiant conversations and sayings between them indicate that they're all pretty crazy. Take a listen to just some of the quips we can hear them say idly.
His eyes burn like fires in the night, and no enemy will escape his
Wise
sight.
and holy Mothman, watch over us in our time of trials.
Mothman, hear my prayer. Keep us safe from the dangers of beasts and men.
In his example, I am drawn to the divine light.
Am I worthy? How will I know? Maybe I should just keep praying.
Furthermore, all evidence suggests that they don't really understand the Mothman. They seem to see it as a single divine entity, which we already know not to be the case. It's really an entire creature type, and there's nothing at all to indicate that the creatures approve of mass violence or human sacrifice. Indeed, as Big Maw suggests, and as we will continue to shine light on, the game's subtext implies that the Cult of the Mothman isn't really worshipping the being that they think they are. Something is misleading them in a more wicked, Lovecraftian direction, pretending to be the Mothman, but more on that later. On the eastern banks of the Ohio River on our map is Point Pleasant. As mentioned, in the real world, this location is buzzing with Mothman enthusiasm and tourism. And as above, so below. In 76, it serves as a massive moth cult stronghold that will put up a fierce resistance to the Vault Dwellers' arrival. First thing you'll notice here, on either of the bridges that lead into the town, aside from all of the usual creepy totems, are more of those anomalous whale skulls similar to what we saw at Big Maw, being used to emulate the head of a Mothman, with large fruits for eyes. More oddly enlarged bones are drawn up on the bridges too. Where are these coming from? Whatever the case, atop the local barbershop, through the roof entrance, we can walk into a small apartment, clearly once inhabited by a huge Mothman enthusiast before the war. Mothman posters decorate the walls, and several issues of Cryptid Hunter Monthly, a pre-war magazine about regional urban legends, can be found, with the most recent issue dating to October of 2077, the month the bombs fell. And on the former resident's nightstand is a holotape titled Interloper. Listen.
There are other things in this world now that cannot be explained. The end of the world has awoken. Something. We all know the Mothman is out there, stalking and watching us, but what of the unseen? There are things we can only glimpse in our minds. Great entities beyond our comprehension. The Mothman is a creature more like us than the unknowable horrors in the peripheral vision of our subconscious minds. No longer just a false memory now. I have heard a tale of this entity made real, deep in the earth. And the storyteller was mad by any reckoning, but his story, no less true. My name is Jeff Lane, and I will lay bare this Watcher. No matter how deep I must go, I will come to know the true nature of the interloper.
So this guy, this Jeff Lane, according to subtitles, was presumably some kind of pre-war Mothman enthusiast. But following the Great War, he came to believe that the bombs awoken something other than the cryptid he oriented his identity around. He compares this other thing to the unknowable horrors in the peripheral vision of our subconscious mind, a quote that frankly belongs in a Lovecraft novel. Lane heard from a mad storyteller a tale of this thing he calls the interloper, buried deep into the earth, and our narrator vows to learn more. To make a long story short, this little narrative picks up clear on the other side of the map at Lucky Hole Mine, in the mountains overlooking the town of Watoga. Upon our arrival, the area will be completely fortified by moth cultists, who have erected more of their totems and more of the mysterious whale skeletons all over. After fighting our way into the entrance, near the mine's real opening, we'll find a small campsite left behind by Jeff Lane, as well as a final holotape he recorded, titled The Chosen.
The interloper is here. I can feel it clearly. Last night, in visions more real than the senses, it called to me. And I go to it now. Signs are all around that I am not the only one to hear the call, though where they have failed, I will not, for it summons me alone in the end. Before I go deeper, for the truth revealed changes all. By its very nature, let it be known, in this world, the interloper has chosen Jeff Lane as the conduit of the unknowable. Together, the hidden reality becomes manifest at long last.
So, Jeff somehow found his way all across West Virginia to this derelict coal mine where he began to receive dreams from this interloper calling to him. He evidently encountered the remains of others, stating that signs all around suggest he was not the only one to hear the call, but Mr. Lane is confident that he's been chosen by the entity. From here, the mine remains a hotbed of moth cultist activity. Jeff may have come through here before they took over the site, and they'll offer some fierce resistance. Towards the bottom of the cavern, where the ritualists have erected a small chapel, another one of those weird Art Deco statues lies half-buried poking out of the ground. What's this doing all the way down here? Well, it's about to get 10 times weirder. Should the Vault Dweller sort of hug the walls of the narrow crevices at the base of the mine, you might just find yourself entering a small, hidden tunnel, otherwise obscured by foliage. This hidden tunnel leads downward, another 200 or so feet, into a small, horrifying chamber. The music switches to eerie as we walk in on 3 moth cultists worshipping a mutated thing in the presence of 5 more of those statue heads. The room's north side features an obelisk, not entirely unlike the one from the original Dunwich building, though it's marble white rather than jet black, and has a strange antler totem on the top, rather than skulls and bodies fused into it. The floor of the room is covered in human skeletons, empty jars, and fish? What in the name of Adam is this place? More importantly, what is this thing? This giant yet pathetic looking, creature wiggling around on the floor. And yes, by the way, while it's mostly stationary, it does wiggle around once in a while and even bleeds when attacked. It is unlike anything we've ever seen in the Fallout franchise, which is saying something. Paying attention to the thing's anatomy, it sort of resembles some kind of highly mutated human or primate. It has 2 legs, feet, clear knees, distorted arms and hands. Too many distorted arms and hands, really, but clearly of human origin. Now, here's where things get really murky, as if they're not already, right? The general consensus among the community is that this creature here, at the bottom of Lucky Hole Mine, is the interloper that called out to Jeff Lane. If you look at the wikis, they largely share this opinion. They just straight up call it the interloper. However, the game itself never confirms such a distinction, at least not originally. 76's archive files refer to this creature as the gut puker, and there's nothing at all that specifies it as interloper. Jeff Lane's holotapes, where he references such an interloper, never explicitly describes its physical features. In fact, the interloper may not even be physical at all according to his description. A somewhat niche theory that's emerged is that this creature may in fact be a mutated Jeff Lane, summoned down here and transformed by the interloper and his cultists, but not necessarily the being itself. This could explain the rather pathetic appearance of the thing and its baseline human features. This isn't some eldritch god, rather it's a human that's been devolved by one. I personally consider this to be a much more practical and exciting theory, and I think it's what Bethesda was going for in the base game itself. However, there's also now evidence in the other direction that's quite substantial. Fallout Wasteland Warfare is a miniatures-based tabletop warfare board game published by Modifus Entertainment, originally released in 2018, though consistently updated with new miniatures for purchase. A certain terrain miniature, introduced in 2022, 4 years after the release of Fallout 76, is literally called the Interloper, and it's obviously the Lucky Hole Mine creature. So Modifus seems to be confirming that, yes, this is the entity that called out to Jeff Lane, this is the eldritch being of his dreams. Or maybe not. We spoke with a Modifus employee, who has chosen to remain anonymous, who worked on the Wasteland Warfare game, who told us that they simply based their Interloper character figure and name off of the designation of the Interloper fandom wiki page, which, as mentioned, is somewhat flawed. We also spoke on the record with the guy who originally created that wiki page, and he agreed that the creature at the bottom of Lucky Hole Mine may very well not be the original Interloper. He just referred to it as that because everyone else was doing it, and it looked cool. So, suffice it to say, at least at this point in our investigation, the true origins of this being and its proper identity, be it an eldritch god, or Jeff Lane, or some other poor mutated soul, remain somewhat mysterious as of now. Inshallah, we will get to the bottom of this. Luckily, we're not at all done with Lucky Hole Mine just yet. There are some more holotapes and notes left by both its pre-war operators and its current moth cult inhabitants that reveal more information about the location's past and present. Back at the mine's main entrance, before we even encounter Jeff's little camp, there is an old terminal once used by the site security. It features 3 entries. The first is titled, Strange Woman. Quote, "This old lady came by, asking for a tour of the mine. Told her, no, this place is dangerous, but that just made her mad. She kept muttering something under her breath. Had to get the Protectrons to escort her out. I'm gonna make a call to the Allegheny Asylum, see if they had any escapes recently. Poor woman. I hope she gets help. Okay. The next entry is titled, Closing Up. Word came in to shut things down. About time. Hate to see a mine close, but this one is tapped out. I was coming back from shutting down the pumps when I felt someone watching me. That old lady again. But this time, she was with a couple friends. They asked again about the mine, wanted to see the depths, wanted me to show them. God help me, I ran. Finally, the last document is titled, Break-In. Quote, I don't know why, but I had to check the mine one last time. Sure enough, the locks we put up have all been smashed open. Look, we don't want it. The mine, it's yours now. Just stay down there, alright? Don't bother us, and we won't bother you. Deal? Unquote. So, sometime before the war, while this mine was still in operation, its security team encountered a strange woman who asked for a tour and had to be escorted away. Sometime after, presumably almost immediately after, given that we learned this in the very next entry, the mine was ordered shut down and the woman returned with company, asking to be allowed in and terrifying the guard. Finally, the guard realizes that trespassers have been breaking the locks to go into the depths, and by this point he's thoroughly spooked and effectively surrenders access to the structure, promising not to bother the group if they don't mess with him. Hilariously, next to the terminal on the same desk is a handwritten note, which simply states, "Your offering is acceptable to him." A seeming acceptance from the trespassers of the deal proposed by the guard. The entries, and aforementioned note, are all undated, so it's not obvious exactly when these events transpired, though the presence of all the mining equipment that remains in the exterior and interior of Lucky Hole would suggest that the company had not fully withdrawn its assets when the bombs fell, and therefore this was all going on probably sometime very close to the end of the world. Have the cultists been in this place since the pre-war period? We know that Jeff Lane came here sometime only shortly after the nuclear exchange, but he may not have been the first person to hear this place's eldritch call. There are several additional handwritten notes scattered throughout the mine itself. The next one is titled, His Birth. Quote, He is the one who came before, the firstborn of the wood. Blood wept from his branches, and he shared with all his believers. Unquote. Deeper in the dungeon, we find his blood. Quote, the woods gave him life, gave him strength, but the blood gave him purpose. He gathered us. He taught us to share as he shared. Also, note here, he, him, it's all capitalized. This is a proper noun. The third note available is called his home. His believers, united by blood. He told us of our new home, that we would approach the faithless and be denied 3 times, but that he would open the way. Next is his springs. His believers wept, for their new home lacked water, and their throats were dry. He gathered their tears in his branches and spread them upon the earth, and from that came forth the springs. And finally, the last note we can find sits upon the altar in the chapel. It's titled, His Priestess. Blessed are you, first priestess of the wood. Through you, we heard his voice. Through you, we gained his strength. These scratchy documents appear to constitute something of a liturgical history of this mine, according to the cultists since their occupation. They came here seeking something called the Firstborn of the Wood, and that sounds very much like the creature at the bottom of the mine. You know, this being has very bark-like skin and plant-adjacent features. They call him the One Who Came Before, and the implication would be that this creature was already here upon the arrival of the cults in the pre-war period. Thus, my preferred theory that this thing may have been Jeff Lane loses some currency. Perhaps Jeff was just some sorry guy who ended up being fed to this creature. If we assume that the being was here from the beginning, it has some even deeper implications. The timing of this mine's shutdown almost as soon as the old woman began spooking the guards seems like it can't be a coincidence. In their terminal, the security employees attribute the closing of the mine to it being tapped out, but we know that's not true. There's still plenty of coal to be mined and equipment down here. Did the company find something that led them to shut everything down? Did local occultists catch wind of this discovery? That appears to be the implication. This all sounds very much like the standard MO of the Dunwich Company, although there's no evidence of Richard Dunwich's involvement. According to the terminals, this mine was owned and operated by the Lucky Hole Mining Company. It's possible that such a company could be a subsidiary of a larger conglomerate, but we have no evidence of that as of yet. Further clarification of Lucky Hole Mine's history, along with the cults, came in December of 2021 with the Mothman Equinox seasonal event. We've discussed this system before, but Fallout 76 periodically receives these seasonal events, where for a limited time, special custom quests and challenges will spawn in certain areas, typically with unique characters, unique rewards, and occasionally, some lore revelations. True to their names, seasonal events typically only run for a short period of time, usually a couple of weeks to a month. I personally have never actually been able to record the Mothman Equinox event myself before, so the gameplay you're seeing on screen is courtesy of Fargassier on YouTube. He's a Fallout 76 creator who's been covering the game for the last half-decade, and a fun guy to drink with at Summer Games Fest. Nonetheless, this little event greatly helped to explain the nature of the Moth Cult and their interest in the mine. During the quest's limited run, the town of Point Pleasant would temporarily be taken over by a new faction of significantly more peaceful Moth cultists, calling themselves the Enlightened. The Enlightened would explain that they've journeyed to Appalachia from a mysterious home region called the Lantern in preparation for what they call an equinox, some sort of celestial event that only occurs once every few years in Appalachia, that causes the sky to turn purplish and apparently presents a uniquely strong opportunity to summon the Mothman. The Enlightened claim that they share an origin in Appalachia with the more violent moth cult we usually encounter, but that a schism years ago led them to a more enlightened way of worshipping. They call the typical moth cultists the Dim Ones in recognition of their ignorance. Notably, the Enlightened and the Dim Ones seem to be worshipping entirely different Mothmen. The Enlightened owe their fealty to what they call the Wise Mothman, which is a purple-eyed, passive version of the creature, while the Dim Ones, the cultists we usually encounter, worship the Red-Eyed Mothman, an aggressive variant of the cryptid who we can occasionally see spawn in at their camps and churches. Anyway, while the event is running, our new, more peaceful moth-worshipping friends will ask us to help them perform the Mothman Summoning Ritual, which will see us help them collect Radstag sacrifices, set up totems, and protect Point Pleasant from the attacks of the more militant faith who want their town back. It effectively functions as a daily op, and once all's said and done, the Vault Dwellers will be summoned to a rooftop by the brothers and sisters, and the purple-eyed, wise Mothman will appear before you all, completing the event. Now, this is all well and good, but here's where things get interesting. While the Mothman Equinox event is available, and while the Enlightened occupy Point Pleasant, 6 unique books, called the 6 Sacred Tomes of the Enlightened, will spawn in a case within the town's local cathedral. In order to read each tome, the Equinox event will have to be completed a certain number of times. So, for example, in order to read the first book, the Catechism of Hilary, as it's titled, the Vault Dweller must beat the event and summon the Mothman at least once. But if you want to read the second tome, the Sayings of Elysia, you have to complete the event and summon him 3 times. Altogether, if the player wishes to read all 6 books, the Equinox event must be completed 21 rounds over. Several hours of work. Now, these books are all pretty long, and to read all of them would unironically take about 20 minutes. Thankfully, there's only a couple that are particularly relevant to the Mothman faith and its weird relationship with Lucky Hole Mine. The most relevant of the texts is titled Exodus. It reads, quote, Exodus of the Enlightened, as told by interpreter Michaela by Wise Pearl the Augur. It came to pass that the worshippers of the pretender Mothman, wise Charles then being among their number, did attempt to summon the Mothman and receive his glory. Charles alone heard the whispers of the wise Mothman and bore his warning of fire and blood, and guided his brethren to safety in Lucky Hole Mine. The mine sheltered the Mothman's faithful through apocalypse, but there they turned to darker worship. And the time came for wise Charles to see past the visions of the dim ones to the greater truth bestowed by the wise Mothman. Some listened and heard, and when they could no more bear the corruption and falsehoods of those who were once their brethren, the enlightened left behind the lies of the deceiver. The world was wild and dark, and many horrors awaited the enlightened in the lands outside the safety of the mine. Dark beasts and strange pestilence stalked the land, and some among the enlightened fell to their knees, crying, "What has become of our home? Why have we survived when all is lost? Are we forsaken?" They called out to Charles to return to the mine and reject the truth, saying there was nothing for them here. Wise Charles smiled upon them then, and the light of the Mothman's wisdom shone as he spoke to them, saying there was safety beyond the hills they had known. A lantern awaited them, a beacon of safety and home for those that had heard the truth and been enlightened. He would guide them, and they would fear neither beast nor plague, and would pass beyond the reach of the dim ones and the influence of the pretender, the deceiver. Long may the lantern shine against the ignorance of the world, and may never the dim ones and the falsehoods of the red-eyed pretender snuff out its beacon. Unquote. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here, but it's very much worth it. This text is essentially explaining the schism within the Moth cult, claiming that sometime before the bombs fell, a certain wise Charles, who was once a part of the cult worshipping the pretender Mothman, that is to say, the red-eyed Mothman, received a vision from the real Mothman, the wise purple-eyed one, warning him of the impending Great War, and guided him and his flock into Lucky Hole Mine, where the group survived the bombs. But there, members of the cult, quote, turned to darker worship, highly implied to be the interloper, and a small group of those in agreement with Charles fled the mine, being guided to a place called the Lantern, where they set up shop. And indeed, the enlightened we meet during the events of this seasonal event all tell us they're from the Lantern, which is apparently safe and prosperous, but not on the game's map. While the dim ones don't appear to have at all fully abandoned their veneration of the red-eyed Mothman, they seem to have been seduced by the Lovecraftian forces in the mine, a notion that is further confirmed by another tome titled The Catechism of Hilary. Quote, time and again has the wise Mothman come, and time and again fools and dullards heard his whisper, yet understood it not. They were closed to his message, hearing only the echo of their own small minds bouncing within their skulls. The dim ones named him God, and fell to their knees, calling themselves chosen. Yet the wise Mothman was no skyborn deity, nor had he come to anoint them elect. Time and again has the wise Mothman come, and time and again the mad and twisted have rejected his message. They were attuned to other whispers, hearing the call of a thing beyond, drawn to the deep places of the earth for inhuman purpose. The broken heard the song of the interloper, and turned from the truth, scorning wisdom as the product of mere mortals in favor of the unknowable. Yet the wise Mothman remains with us, and his truth shields us from the call. Unquote. The insinuation here is that the interloper has compromised the dim ones in some way, which is pretty consistent with everything we've read so far. Yes, the Dim Ones do obviously revere the red-eyed, somewhat feral Mothman as an idol, and it does occasionally even spawn in their camps, but the Lovecraftian totems, their habit of human sacrifice, and their blatant worship of that being, perhaps the interloper itself, beneath Lucky Hole Mine, all assure us that there's something more sinister going on. Perhaps this red-eyed Mothman is itself a product of the Lovecraftian entities we've been discussing this time. Recall how in the Fallout Shelter Online mobile game, red eyes were literally a symbol of one's possession by the Dunwich entity. The final tome of relevance to us is titled The False Gods of Appalachia, and it requires the Equinox to have been completed 21 times to read. It simply lists the various cryptids of the region and an explanation as to why a member of the Enlightened shouldn't venerate them. Here's what it says about the interloper. Quote, "We who would learn at the chitinous knee of the wise Mothman, who hear his truth and observe the coming and going of him, must speak not of the interloper. There is no fouler deceit than one garbed in truth. Shun its call, for it can bring only darkness." Unquote. No fouler deceit than one garbed in truth. The Enlightened here are further admitting that the interloper does have a kind of supernatural power, though insist that it's sinister and must be rejected. They're probably right. Here's what the same document says about the red-eyed Mothman. Quote, "As the wise Mothman's eyes glow with the violet light of his wisdom, the unenlightened brethren's vision is cloaked in crimson. They and their spawn heed not the actions of humankind, nor care for us, making us naught but prey and sport. The dim ones see them and think them gods, divine and sacred, and fall to the ground in obsolescence. Be not deceived, student of truth. These fire-eyed moths are neither god nor angel, and have no wisdom to share." Unquote. Suffice it to say, this little Mothman Equinox event has done an enormous amount to both enlighten and complicate the lore regarding the universe's moth cult. After the seasonal event has ran its course, the unique Enlightened Ones faction will despawn from Point Pleasant, and the area will be reclaimed by the traditional Dim Ones faction. That's not the end of our story, though. Just this year, in May of 2026, Modifice Entertainment, once again in collaboration with Bethesda, released a new Fallout tabletop RPG called Wasteland Wanderer, that essentially mimicked the experience of their previous D&D style group RPG, but is now designed for solo play. Just like its predecessor, Wasteland Wanderer came with a massive rulebook filled with lore and backstory on the universe to help set the stage. One section contained a list of various factions a Wanderer may encounter. And indeed, the Cult of the Mothman is mentioned. Here's what it says. Quote, "Myths have existed long before the war and persist long after. Stories passed between talkative voices around the campfire in books and images. Myths have a power, and sometimes that power outstrips the idea of the thing. Sometimes that power becomes manifest, and the myth becomes fact. Such is the case with the mysterious Mothman and the cult that bears its name. Even before the Great War, a cult formed in worship of the Mothman, seeing the unseen being as a herald of things yet to come. Innumerable attempts to commune with their pseudo-deity failed, with prayers and questions falling on deaf ears. But faith requires commitment. Eventually, on the eve of the Great War, a vision came to the cult, one of fire and floods, with a warning to rise above the floods from a red-eyed Mothman. But in a moment of division, a single member of the cult also received a vision from a purple-eyed Mothman, one that warned to hide below ground. Okay, pause right here. Listen very closely. This document clarifies something crucial. It states that right before the bombs fell, the red-eyed Mothman, the Pretender as the Enlightened called it, gave a vision to the Moth worshippers, calling upon them to journey to the rooftops and await the flood, as it's called. This was unmistakably bad advice for surviving a nuclear blast. The red-eyed Mothman, the one that is hostile towards the player in the game, was clearly leading its flock to atomic annihilation on purpose. But the purple-eyed one, the wise Mothman, granted a vision to a single member, Brother Charles, as we learn in 76, warning him to flee underground. So, while the crimson-eyed Mothman was acting nefariously, the purple-eyed one was genuinely trying to save lives. The text continues. This second vision caused a splintering of the cult, with half traveling below ground and half taking to the rooftops to promptly be atomized in nuclear fire. But as is appropriate following nuclear war, more division was guaranteed within the cult. For below ground, in the Lucky Hole Mine they now called home, alien secrets leaked into the minds of the cultists. Born from a darker thing that lurked deeper in the caves, those secrets fractured those who remained into two splinters. The enlightened, who shunned the darker acts of those who gave in to the thing below, and the dim ones, who gave themselves to a newer worship, one of darkness and blood. And so, the enlightened fled the caves, taking themselves into the new wasteland that awaited them, fighting through fear, doubt, and the innumerable dangers that populated the landscape. With no shortage of pain and blood, they were guided to their new home by a vision, to the lantern, where they waited for the next sign. Meanwhile, like a tumor beneath the flesh of Appalachia, the dim ones grew and prospered, their acts ascending in debasement with every passing day. So, when they crawled from the dark back into the wilds, they did so with a feverish desire to spread the word of their red-eyed lord. The dim ones spread through Appalachia, recruiting those who would be swayed and sacrificing those who wouldn't. From woodbound altars and communes, they erupt like rotten sap from a decayed tree, corrupting whatever they touch and wiping out anything that opposes the visions of their lord, a red-hued gaze dictating both life and death. But even as the wrathful lay waste, the wise plan for the future, and look at the world with very different eyes." Unquote. Thus, in plain text, the Wasteland Wanderer RPG confirms what our investigation has been building to, that the common cult of the Mothman we encounter in 76 has in truth been corrupted by something Lovecraftian from Lucky Hole Mine. Thus, one of the game's largest and most prominent factions truly serves the same forces that infected the swamp folk, that seized the attention of Richard Dunwich, that seduced Pickman, and likely those behind Lorenzo's crown. Bethesda is clearly setting up the Enlightened and this broader moth cult schism to be the subject of future updates and DLC. The frequent references to this place, the Lantern, where all the Enlightened have been congregating, sound suspiciously like a tease for a map expansion one day. Whatever the case, we're about done with the moth cult, for right now. Anyway, they will come up again in a bit, but for the moment, I think it's a good time to take a break and remind ourselves that there's more to this mystery in 76 than a bunch of insect worshippers. To that end, let's leave these lunatics in the dust and head on over to the Crater, a crashed pre-war government space station in the far north of the map, currently occupied by a gang of raiders, who play a major role during the events of the game's Wastelanders story, where the player must help various communities develop immunity to the Scorched Plague. Anyway, as various in-game notes and holotapes reveal, this broken-down testament to the old world's aerospace industry was once known as the Valiant 1, and it was the centerpiece of the United States Space Administration's Deep Sleep project, a program designed to test the efficacy of long-term cryogenic sleep on astronauts suspended in the stars, presumably as a prelude to the use of cryogenic sleep for longer interstellar flights. Alas, the Valiant 1 was merely a test of this program, and was suspended barely above the atmosphere. And so, just a couple decades after the bombs fell, so too did the station, crashing into the Toxic Valley region of Appalachia. Shortly after, its ruins were discovered by the tribe of raiders led by Meg Groberg, who decided to make it their new base of operations in the Shenandoah Valley. The exact story and motivations of the current inhabitants of the wreckage are, frankly, peripheral to our story. What I'm interested in is what we see if we enter the station and head downward. We'll encounter this little basement cave that the raiders seemingly dug out beneath the core, and meshed into one of the dirt walls of this basement cave is yet another giant steel Art Deco statue head. How the heck? What are the odds that this space station, orbiting at least 70 miles above the Earth's surface, circling the planet, would just so happen to crash back directly above one of these megalithic monuments? It's gotta be statistically unlikely. It's almost as if the monument must have drawn the Valiant One to it. Further examination of this location reveals more anomalous characteristics. Atop one of the Valiant's outer rings is another whale skeleton for some reason, which we've already linked to the Big Maw and Mothman, and which makes no biological sense out here. On the north end of the raider base here, we can find a character named Munch residing in his little personal camper. Now, Munch is a complete lunatic, and obviously something of a comedic relief insert. When we speak to him, he'll attempt to indulge in all manner of nonsense theories. He claims super mutants are the product of eating too much spinach, that this space station was actually built before the space race, and that aliens are waging a covert war on humankind. Okay, well, that last part may not be entirely incorrect, but I digress. On Munch's desk will be a note, a short story if you will, titled, A Whale of a Tale. It reads, "Most of the kids here don't know the truth about whales. They used to be the largest, most feared land predators in North America. You always knew when they were coming because of the whale quakes. They'd wake from hibernation out of the ground and start burrowing their way to the surface. It's like tremors. Once on land, they were a force of pure destruction. A single whale could take down a whole building if it was still in their way. They had razor-sharp fins to slice people in half and gruesome baleen for teeth. If they sucked you in, that baleen would slice you up like a loaf of bread. The kids found some old bones while digging out the core. I told them they were lucky, not only because it was dead, but because that one was just a baby." Unquote. Now, this document certainly starts off preloaded with nonsense, but that last part, that the kids found some old whale bones while digging out the core, seems to be accurate, given that we do find a whale skeleton neatly draped across the station's outer rings. The tribe here likely dug out the remains alongside the megalithic sculpture. Interesting. Moving on away from the crater, on the eastern banks of the Shenandoah, almost as far east as the player can venture in the Maya region of the map, lies another location that feels entirely out of this world and very much related to our discussion, Tanagra Town. Once a bustling pre-war suburb inhabited by many of the workers at the nearby Nuka-Cola bottling plant, since the bombs fell, this community has been, almost inexplicably, lifted out of the ground and thrust hundreds of feet into the sky by a species of strange vegetation known as strangler vines, which we'll discuss in more detail later. Fortunately, the vines were kind enough to clear out a sort of path to the top for us to navigate. Just be sure to watch your step, as a single wrong one could have dire consequences. As we make our way up to the Skyborn town itself, the Vault Dweller may encounter the entrance to a small cave paved out by the vines. It's a small nook, populated mostly by cave crickets, but within this subterranean den, or maybe not technically subterranean because now it's suspended in the sky, you get the idea, will be yet another Metro Man gazing upward, alongside several gold and crystal ore veins. It's almost as if the whole reason Tanagra Town was elevated by these mysterious vines was to expose the eldritch secret lying beneath. Perhaps the pathway here created by the vegetation really was deliberate. Maybe the plants wanted us to see this thing. Now, just east of the elevated town itself is a small, now abandoned warehouse. Its first room, a little vestibule, seems to have functioned as a small barracks, with the remains of several skeletons lying in bunks. However, the main structure itself is locked behind a door that can only be opened with the proper key code. We can find this key code back at the White Spring Enclave bunker, where it's stored on a terminal titled Delivery Error Resolved. Quote, from Major Ragnar's daughter to Lieutenant Colonel Felix Parson. Subject, Remote Lab 1.2 check-in. Parson, can you get a couple men to check on Remote 1.2? No one's heard from them in a while. It's the one northeast of Harper's Ferry. Access code is 748250. Unquote. If we go back to the warehouse and open the door up with this code, we'll find a small research lab ransacked with more strangler vines. This must have been an Enclave facility studying the species and what happened to Tanagra that, for some reason, went dark. On one desk, next to a broken down terminal, is a note titled, Didn't Want to Hurt Them. It reads, I didn't want to hurt them. Gave me no choice. They destroy the research. Only way. Okay. The vines must not like being studied, and seem to have driven a researcher here mad to ensure progress halted. A simple look at how the strangler vines infesting this lab have grown shows that the vines themselves were deliberately growing into, destroying the terminals and servers the Enclave set up here. On the other side of the map, beneath radio transmission site 1AT-U03, lies Enclave Research Site J, a massive, secret, post-war Enclave laboratory where the faction conducted most of its research on mutated organisms, before a botched computer system upgrade led the Zax AI governing the facility to turn on its human inhabitants, and release many of the mutated creatures from their cells in order to raise havoc. The area has been abandoned for almost the last 20 years, inhabited by only a few highly mutated creatures that continue to roam the halls. Anyway, one of the unique species evidently being studied here were the strangler vines. We can find some of them bursting out of a containment cell on cell block 3, and they've since subsequently spread throughout the whole base. A nearby research terminal describes the Enclave's findings before their demise. Subject C-03. Germinated seed pods from Tanagra Town. These vine-like organisms grow remarkably fast and were able to lift the entire town into the sky. Upon examination, our researchers noted a sense of euphoria and claimed to hear incomprehensible voices. Extreme measures will need to be taken to cull this organism and prevent it from spreading throughout the facility. Unquote. A sense of euphoria and claiming to hear voices. This is consistent with what we found at the old mobile field research site, and consistent with what appears to be an occult association evidenced by the Vine's fondness for buried statues. We know that the Lovecraftian forces this investigation is organized around are capable of inducing incomprehensible auditory hallucinations. Okay, so where are these strangler vines coming from, exactly? Well, the most commonly accepted theory on forums and endorsed by the wikis is that these vines, much like the broader region of the mire, were a product of Vault 94's Gek Runaway. Located in the mountains northwest of Tanagra, originally, Vault 94 was built to house a population of totally non-violent, largely religious and ideological pacifists, with almost zero access to typical defenses and weaponry. The vault sealed on October 23, 2077, and was set to open 1 year later in 2078. A very short turnaround. The real experiment here, determined by Vault-Tec, would be to evaluate how this disarmed, benevolent, peaceful community would react to the horrors of the wasteland. And it went about as well as you'd expect. Long story short, Vault 94 was sacked, and its population was massacred to death by wastelanders within a month of its opening day. As the structure was being torn apart by the barbarians, they stumbled upon the compound's Gek, or Garden of Eden creation kit. We've talked a lot about Geks before in previous videos, but in short, these were extremely powerful devices created by the Vault-Tec company with the intention of helping humanity kickstart civilization when the radiation cleared and an all-clear signal was given. Exactly how Gex worked has varied between the games. They're thought to contain matter replicators, possibly cold fusion reactors, though this has been somewhat retconned by the show, water purifiers, sci-fi tier soil supplements, and libraries worth of knowledge on agricultural techniques and basic architecture. Each vault was issued a single GEC by the company, and when the attackers of Vault 94 stumbled upon its own, they were confused and feared it might be some sort of mind control device, so they fired upon it with a minigun. This triggered a massive nuclear runaway and radiation dump, possibly affirming suggestions that Gex had cold fusion reactors, killing every human in the vault and releasing an enormous toxic green fog on the region, significantly mutating every creature in the area with an especially strong effect on foliage. Hence, the mire, once a modest river valley, was transformed into a swampy jungle inhabited by uniquely large and powerful mutants. Strangler plants may have been one such species born of the Vault 94 disaster. While unrelated to its principal social experiment, the bunker apparently boasted one of the most robust agricultural wings we've ever seen in a vault, complete with an enormous seed bank and several greenhouses. There are a huge concentration of vines in this part of the structure, so it's possible that the creatures were just another product of the Vault 94 GEC runaway, born of a mutated version of one of the many plants stored here. However, while this theory is pretty intuitive, there's nothing that actually confirms its validity. There are no holotapes or terminals that specify the origins of these vines in 94, and while there's a heavy concentration of them here, there's no real evidence that this structure was their nucleus, their origin point. So the possibility remains that there's more to this story. On the other hand, the existence of the Master, Richard Gray, who we talked about earlier, does prove that some mutations can cause near psychic and telepathic abilities, though his were at the hands of FEV, and the plants at 94 were just the product of a radiation superdose. Regardless, the curious case of strangler vines and their association with the strange and eldritch is only about to get bigger. In April of 2020, Fallout 76 received its biggest update since its release, Wastelanders, an expansion that overhauled several systems, introduced new weapons, armors, camp items, and most importantly, a new human-driven storyline that, frankly, exceeded the original game's main quest in size and scope. Most of this stuff is rather ancillary to our investigation. The real reason I bring this up is to focus on a new location added by the chapter, the Deep. The Deep, as it's called, is a network of caverns located beneath the hills surrounding the White Spring Resort, inhabited by tons of giant crickets, strange bioluminescent flora, and a secret Chinese military base. Yes, it would seem that in the days before the bombs fell, these caves were colonized by America's old adversary, who likely sought to leverage their position so close to the White Spring to monitor the goings-on at the Enclave bunker beneath the resort. Now, 25 years after the Great War, its ghoulified communist agents persist in their mission, and are extremely hostile to anyone who should disturb their subterranean oasis. Note that their base is itself surrounded by a giant moat of glowing liquid ultracite, a mysterious substance in its own right that exceeds the purview of our investigation. Anyway, the Chinese base itself is also kind of peripheral to what I'm interested in here, as in an uninhabited, somewhat isolated part of the caves, we the player can stumble upon this thing, surrounded by a particularly dense cluster of bioluminescent flora. Like the interloper before, this seems to be some sort of, at least once, bipedal creature heavily mutated into something else. Perhaps not a bipedal creature as we understand it at all. The game files refer to this being as the Visitor, possibly alluding to an origin beyond our world. The cluster of bioluminescent flora around it is super dense. It's possible that the Visitor is itself the source of all the alien-looking plants that dominate the cave. Unlike the interloper, though, whatever this thing is, it doesn't wiggle around at all, though it does bleed when attacked. As a matter of fact, it bleeds the same sort of black substance bled by the interloper itself. Furthermore, the being's head, if you will, strongly resembles the ends of certain strangler vines, as does its broader texture. Could the visitor be associated with such plants as well? Oddly enough, the area is illuminated by a still burning lantern, suggesting that someone was nearby it recently, yet there's no evidence suggesting who. The most obvious suspects would be the inhabitants of the nearby Chinese base, but we can't be sure. It's also possible that the visitor was once a human who metamorphized into this thing, and it could have been that human's lantern, though it's been burning for quite a long time. About 10 feet away is also a flayed human skeleton, which is of particular note because the only other place we encounter these flayed skeletons is indeed Lucky Hole Mine, as evident sacrifices to the interloper, further hinting at a connection. Finally, the area is abuzz with these weird floating black particles, somewhat evocative of the black mist Mothman will often emit when teleporting in combat, but not necessarily. Fortunately, we don't have to do much more speculation or hypothesizing here, as in June of 2023, Nate Perkypile, the Wastelanders Updates artistic lead who's since left Bethesda Game Studios, posted the following thread on Twitter. Quote, "Another one from Wastelanders. Fun fact, I just snuck it in, as much as you can when you're the art lead, lol, because I wanted to do a wacky underground with a hidden Chinese base. People liked it so much that it ended up getting made into a legit part of the quest lines. I also did that creature you see there. It's a nod to another creature I made and hid in 76, the Interloper." Unquote. So Perkypile thankfully does a lot of the heavy lifting for us, and affirms that this thing is indeed associated with the interloper beneath Lucky Hole Mine, and by proxy, perhaps also the Mothmen and broader cult at large. Though he fails to specify an exact cosmology, and even if he had one, knowledge of it may have left Bethesda when he did after Wastelanders. Thankfully, these threads were picked up again soon enough. Also introduced with the Wastelanders expansion were several new Moth cultist sites scattered across the map, both marked and unmarked. One such location is a large camp on the western banks of the Shenandoah known as Blake's Offering. It's not known who exactly Blake was, but the site is concentrated around a particularly large effigy, which may be the offering described by the name. The location is featured in no quests or events of note. However, I bring this place up because on a suitcase next to a sleeping bag in the apparent living quarters of one of the cultists here is a note titled, "Beckon the Call." It reads, quote, "Bright-winged one sleeps beneath the earth. The silent watching one sleeps beneath the sea. When rivers turn red and sun turns cold, when beast is sacrificed, when stars fall on the land and the air turns to poison, when judgment day arrives, the Great One awakens and will demand all pay a price to beckon in the new world." Unquote. This is certainly something interesting. It reads and is written like an apocalyptic hymn produced by the cult, reimagining the Great War not as some geopolitical catastrophe, but as a series of omens building to the awakening of certain entities. The document describes at least 2, perhaps 3 such entities. First, there's a bright-winged one who sleeps beneath the earth, which sounds a bit like the red-eyed Mothman. In combat and ambient dialogue, the cultists frequently refer to the Mothman, or at least what is presumed to be the Mothman, as the Winged One. However, sleeps beneath the earth sounds much more like the interloper beneath Lucky Hole. The text also describes a silent watching one who sleeps beneath the sea. It's entirely unclear what this refers to. Thus far, the only possible associations between the Dunwich Mystery, as we'll call it, and the oceans are in the form of these weird whale skeletons, which don't belong in West Virginia, and may not even be whales given the impossibility of such fossils in such a place. However, it's absolutely worth underscoring that many of Lovecraft's darkest and most powerful eldritch beings were strongly associated with the sea. Cthulhu, especially. In 1926, the author published one of his most famous stories, The Call of Cthulhu, written from the perspective of a Boston antiquarian by the name of Francis Wayland Thurston, who inherits a series of documents and artifacts upon the passing of his uncle. The uncle's old papers are a collection of personal notes about a mysterious cult, as well as a number of old newspaper clippings and police reports surrounding mysterious disappearances and anomalous events. The late professor's old artifacts are inscribed with an abnormal language and seem inconsistent with the products of any known historical culture. Long story short, after shuffling through his uncle's old possessions, the narrator begins his own investigation into the weird phenomena his uncle was pursuing, ultimately connecting with a number of people across the world who claim to have been receiving mysterious dreams about a city sunken beneath the sea, with strange geometries punctuated by chanting voices and a feeling of something awakening. Thurston eventually learns of an arrested cultist, an elderly old sailor simply known as Castro, who informed police investigators that he and his brethren were worshipping a class of creatures which he describes as the Great Old Ones, who came to Earth hundreds of millions of years ago from the stars and once ruled the planet before being buried or imprisoned in hidden places across the globe. Of special note in the story is Cthulhu, a being said to be dreaming beneath the sea in the ruins of a sunken city known only as Relea. Quote, "They worshipped, so they said, the Great Old Ones, who lived ages before there were any men, and who came to the young world out of the sky. Those old ones were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea, but their dead bodies had told their secrets in dreams to the first men, who formed a cult which had never died. This was that cult, and the prisoners said it had always existed and always would exist, hidden in distant wastes and dark places all over the world, until the time when the great priest, Cthulhu, from his dark house in the mighty city of Relea under the waters, should rise and bring the earth again beneath its sway. Some day he would call, when the stars were ready, and the secret cult would always be waiting to liberate him." Unquote. The story eventually concludes with our protagonist, Francis Wayland Thurston, having effectively figured out what his uncle was investigating, the origins and nature of Cthulhu and the great old ones who have been calling to mankind from subaquatic slumbers beneath the sea. Unfortunately, by figuring all of this out, our boy Mr. Thurston also realizes that he's exposed himself to something of a cognito hazard, and now the various eldritch cultists will begin hunting him. Even if they weren't already alerted directly to his investigation, soon enough the Call of Cthulhu is poised to tip them off to Francis's meddlings. And the story wraps up with the suggestion that our narrator has since passed away, likely at the hands of the cultists. As a matter of fact, the story actually kind of begins with this insinuation. The subtext of Lovecraft's original tale describes the story written by Francis as being found in the late author's papers, hinting that he had already passed. Anyway, suffice it to say, the Silent One who sleeps beneath the sea, described in this note we read at Blake's offering, is highly evocative of Lovecraft's Cthulhu. Not only that, but the note also seems to describe a possible third entity. There's the bright-winged one, the silent one who sleeps beneath the sea, and the Great One, who awakens when Judgment Day arrives. Lovecraft's subaquatic gods described in Call of Cthulhu are literally called the Great Old Ones. In the note, the Great One may just be another name for the Silent One. So perhaps there really are just two deities described in this note after all. However you slice it, this cultic hymn is the beginning of what will soon be a series of obvious references to something dreaming in the sea. Speaking of dreaming, following the 2020 Wastelanders update, 76 remained quiet in relation to further Dunwich, Mothman, or Lovecraft references for another couple of years up until February of 2023. With the game's Mutation Invasion update, which, among several changes, introduced a new random encounter in Appalachia where players could stumble upon an extremely uncanny NPC simply named the Smiling Man. who boasted a bizarre, almost threatening, unnatural smile from ear to ear. This character would be entirely non-hostile though, and even somewhat cordial with the player. When approached, the well-dressed NPC would introduce himself as Indrid Cold, and he'd have a few rather ominous dialogue lines. He'd claim to be visiting, having been away for a while, and would ask us for suggestions for things to do. We could advise him to go look for the Mothman, to which he'd call an enlightened idea, which is an interesting few choice words. Most curiously of all, though, is that when attacked, Indrid Cold would not fight back. Rather, the man would disappear into a great black mist, using the exact same animations and behavior as the Mothman. In combat, Mothmen utilize a sort of teleportation ability just like this, and if the player ever attacks the passive, purple-eyed Mothman, the creature will flee just like the Smiling Man. What in the world? Clearly, there's more to this character than meets the eye. Indeed, the Smiling Man is an obvious reference to a real-world West Virginian urban legend of the same name. Throughout the mid-1900s, a series of witnesses described encountering a man with an unnatural smile and odd black coat, and associated with a variety of supernatural phenomena. The most famous encounter occurring in 1966, when a man named Woodrow Derenberger claimed to have encountered the Smiling Man standing in the middle of the road on an evening drive home. Derenberger stated that he stopped for the character, who approached his window and then spoke with him telepathically. According to this witness, the Smiling Man telepathically introduced himself with the name Indrid Cold, the same name Fallout 76's character uses. And the man exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Derenberger before walking off into the woods and flying away into the night sky aboard a UFO. Woodrow's account, alongside several others, would later be folded into a book called The Mothman Prophecies, published by a UFOologist named John Keel, who associated sightings of the Smiling Man, Indrid Cold, with the Mothman, and made the case that both phenomena share a common origin. Both the Mothman and Smiling Man were manifestations of some unknowable paranormal energy or entity. By affording the Smiling Man the same teleportation style as the Mothman itself in Fallout 76, Bethesda is obviously playing ball with the theories of John Keel. Alas, exactly what that means for the origin and nature of either of these beings in 76 remains difficult to discern. Mr. Keel thought the Moth and Smiling Man to be expressions of one strange paranormal being, but we know that in Fallout, the Mothmen are an entire subspecies of creature, and it also bears repeating that not all Mothmen we encounter are necessarily associated with our Dunwich entities. Only the red-eyed Mothman seems truly devoted to the same occult practices, while the purple-eyed one is straight-up benevolent, and the orange-eyed creatures are different to everything. So precisely how much Mr. Cold fits into our Dunwich subplot, and how much he's really just a Mothman thing, isn't clear, and the line between the two has always been somewhat blurred. The last thing I'd like to point out here regarding the Smiling Man is that he, alongside potentially several of 76's more eldritch elements, may have been anticipated in the works of Pickman, that artist we encountered in Fallout 4. One of Pickman's paintings, simply known in the game files as Pickman Painting 2, depicts a dark-haired man with an ominously large smile. Not only that, Pickman's painting number 6 displays a humanoid character flanked by 2 large black wings, something mistakable for the Mothman. Specifically, our real-world Mothman, which is often depicted in a more anthropomorphic style than 76's more insect-like one. Additionally, his painting number 5 is centered on a frightening-looking man with strange tentacle-like features emerging from his mouth. Recall how the game files referred to the interloper as Gut Puker. As of yet, nothing has been officially confirmed by Bethesda, but as we continue with our investigation, we'll find even more occult themes in 76 that seem to have been referenced in the Fallout 4 artist's work. Note that while the game is older, Fallout 4 is set nearly 2 centuries after the events of 76, such that it's conceivably possible that tales could have been passed down to our favorite artist, or perhaps his dreams could have been invaded by entities past. A fascinating consideration. Moving on, in December of 2023, the game got its next major update of relevance. titled Boardwalk Paradise, which broadens our investigation in a couple of ways. The first was by adding a new location known as the Organ Cave, located in the forest region of the map, suspiciously close to Vault 76 itself, with several main entrances. True to its name, the Organ Cave is a giant subterranean cavern network with a large mineral formation at its center, which resembles a pipe musical organ. Notably, 76's Organ Cave is based off of a real such cavern in real West Virginia, but with some notable differences. In-game, the area has become a hotbed of moth cultist activity who have decorated the site with their totems and seem to be storing an assortment of prisoners and supplies here. They have also made some, frankly, really cool pieces of shadow art displayed on the walls. Furthermore, 76's cave also has a large, blood-red ravine that flows through it, which is absolutely not the case in the real-world version. Unfortunately, no quests or dialogue provide much context for the Fallout location. It's just a large cultist dungeon for us to explore with little backstory, though there are some clues. For one, on the cave's southern walls is yet another giant statue head peering through the rocks at the player, hinting at an eldritch origin, which may be what's attracting the cult here, and perhaps have something to do with the ravine. In the real world, rivers and bodies of water do sometimes, in fact, turn blood red, but it's typically a temporary phenomenon, caused by a fast-moving body of water cutting into an iron or related mineral deposit that then gets picked up by the water and transforms the color until the deposit is exhausted. However, that doesn't seem to be the case here. We already know that in the real world the Organ Cave has no such ravines, but also on the east side of the cave we can find the remains of a crushed skeleton in a hard hat next to a letter titled Geologist's Note, which reads, quote, "Whoever finds this, my name was Cyrus Kingdom. I was a geology student at VTU, Voltech University, investigating local stories of folks pulling blood-red groundwater. I found some old surveys in Charleston calling it the Organ Cave, supposedly named after a stone fixture that resembles a pipe organ. The stories were right though. Blood-red water. Couldn't be nothing more than the water lingering on top of a large ore vein, then making its way into the groundwater, I figured. I still couldn't shake off the feeling that it was a bad omen. Maybe I should have listened to my gut on this one. While mapping the cave out, I felt the earth shake around me, and next thing I know, I'm trapped in the cave. Earthquake? The world ending? Doubt I'll ever know. If I'm ever found after I'm gone, I want my remains to be buried near home. Don't leave me in this hellish place. Love ya, Ma. Love ya, Pa." Unquote. So, sad story and all, but this document clearly suggests that the Organ Cave's waters have been running blood red since at least before the bombs fell, for the last 25 years, making it unlikely that this was caused by the waters temporarily cutting into a small iron deposit. Perhaps the origins of this mysterious waterway have something to do with the great metallic eye staring out of the walls. Furthermore, recall that moth cultist hymn we read at Blake's offering, which states, "When the rivers turn red and the sun turns cold." Could that have been a nod to the Organ Cave? Only Todd Howard may know. The other big addition made by the 2023 Boardwalk Paradise update, the real headline of the whole expansion, was the new Atlantic City Expedition destination. You see, 76 has this system called Expeditions, where the player is able to hop on a vertibird and fly to destinations beyond Appalachia to complete certain missions. These new destinations, the settings of these expeditions, are generally pretty small, somewhat linear areas. They're by no means DLC-sized open worlds, as we understand for places like Point Lookout or Far Harbor. Rather, they're typically just small levels that sort of hold your hand in a linear direction with some pretty exotic scenery. Anyway, with Boardwalk Paradise, a new expedition was introduced, allowing players to visit the ruins, or perhaps the remains, of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Once a bustling casino town, a sort of Las Vegas of the East, the area is now controlled by a coalition of mobsters and old elected public officials, who have maintained something of a functional enough government by the standards of the post-war period. The expedition's quest line, if you will, revolves around recent attacks on the area by the Overgrown, a mysterious new type of adversary, seemingly a species of fungus or plant that has colonized and taken over the bodies of deceased wastelanders, and has been using them to besiege the town. Given the interlopers' moniker, the firstborn of the wood, and the eldritch being's loose, bark-like appearance, I'd be inclined to look for connections here, but alas, the actual nature of the Overgrown in Atlantic City is something of just a giant mystery that the developers haven't elaborated much on. Okay, so if not the Overgrown or main story, how exactly does Atlantic City relate to our Dunwich Mystery, I hear you ask? Well, in a few ways, it would seem. First and foremost, all throughout the new Boardwalk space, the Vault Dweller can encounter two particularly uncanny, sculptures made out of mannequins and human remains. Human eyes, specifically. The first one we can find is within a small interior mall window pane. A male mannequin with a clown hat and rubber nose wields an axe and ominously looms over a skeleton. Next to the scene, the words, "He see," are written in chalk. A phonograph is also present in the adjacent window. The other wonderful artwork is a little harder to get to. It's in fact inaccessible without a jetpack. On a blown-out third-story room on the eastern edges of the accessible Boardwalk world space, two mannequins are present. A male one seems positioned behind a camera aimed at a female mannequin with several buckets on her head. When the buckets are all removed, we'll find this mannequin's eyes have also been replaced with those of a human. On the room's desk, next to a clown doll and another phonogram, by the way, are the words, "She see." This is especially interesting, considering that this scene may even be a nod to Pickman's painting number 3 back in Fallout 4, which depicted an incredibly angular and stoic subject, almost mannequin-like in appearance, with removed human eyes. Could this perhaps be another nod to the Fallout 4 artist? Could there have been another similar artist under similar eldritch influence here in Atlantic City 2 centuries before Pickman's career? Well, maybe, but as has so often been the case lately, it gets even weirder. At the Boardwalk's starting area, where our vertibird drops us off, there's this level 2 locked utility shed the Vault Dweller will come across. If we pick the lock and break in, we will stumble into a scene straight out of the movie It, seemingly related to the mannequins as well. Inside is a framed picture of a sinister-looking clown in front of another pair of eyes, a knife stabbed into the counter, and the words, "He is seen," written in chalk. There are also some bowling pins, a clown hat, and another phonogram. If we approach the clown picture and interact with it, the thing will lunge at us, our vision will be distorted for a period of time, and the door to the utility shack will also swing open if we previously had it closed, not unlike the doors to the Dunwich building in Fallout 3. After we've done this, after we've been attacked by the clown painting, we will start seeing evil clown statues staring at us from various inaccessible points throughout the map, usually on rooftops and the like. There are about 3 or 4 of these that we can find, and they all only appear after messing with the clown picture. If we don't go into that utility shed or leave it alone, none of this will happen. Nothing else will occur beyond the menacing painted men stalking us. I'm almost inclined to wonder if seeing this thing has put the player on the chopping block to have their eyes mannequined, but plot armor seems to protect us in this case. Furthermore, recall that this is not the only evil clown we've encountered in the Fallout franchise. The famous pint-sized slasher loomed large over Fallout 3, and the Point Lookout DLC hinted at a possibly occult association, so the seeings here may in some capacity be related. But as of yet, there's no confirmation. Aside from the clowns, Atlantic City more directly addresses the Dunwich Mystery in its city center, one of the major new regions of the world space. On a walkway on the western edges of the boundaries lies a skeleton next to a sleeping bag and lantern reaching for a note titled, "Urgent Message for R. Dunwich and C. Blackhall." It reads, quote, "Nate knows too much. His followers are growing, and his word is convincing. Although most everything they're saying is speculation, a lot of it is based on collected facts. It's a good thing this information didn't get out before the war. The followers could be converted if they're not too dangerous. they could serve our cause well." Unquote. This is an extraordinary document on several levels. For one, this is our first direct mention of Richard Dunwich and his relationship with Constance Blackhall that's appeared in the games themselves. So far, R. Dunwich's name has only been mentioned in cut content or Monifus Entertainment's various TTRPG books. I personally consider the tabletop texts to be pretty valuable sources of info, about as close to canon as you can possibly get, but now there is no room left for doubt. The man is real, as is his relationship with the Blackhalls. Additionally, this note also confirms the existence of a presumably handsome and successful character named Nate, who has somehow caught wind of the siblings' occult proclivities and has been relaying this information to others. The way this note is written almost presents this Nate guy as a sort of conspiratorial radio host, though the text also makes it clear that Nate was spreading his message after the bombs fell, clearly stating that it's a good thing this information didn't get out before the war. The unnamed author also hints that they believe Nate's followers could be converted, which is an interesting insinuation. Finally, given that the letter was clearly written post-war and earmarked for Richard Dunwich, we can now safely assume that he, as well as his sister, must have survived the bombs through yet unknown means. Dare I say, it's now even conceivable that the man is still alive. We know that Constance was able to extend her own life well over a century after the bombs thanks to her possession of the Krivbekne. We know that whatever Lovecraftian artifact Lorenzo Cabot's been in possession of has extended his own life for more than 400 years. It's entirely possible that the patriarch of the Dunwich family has come into the possession of a similar antiquity that has allowed him to transcend his biological limitations. Fallout 76's Atlantic City update is set just about 26 years after the war, though this note seems to be a little older given the fully decomposed skeleton. The skeleton's also in a very moist environment though, where things should decompose rather quickly, so maybe it's only been here a year or two. Whatever the case, we can now be sure that Richard Dunwich is real, that he survived the bombs, and that he could still be out there during the events of Fallout 76, and possibly even later games. We now also know that following the bombs, someone named Nate was putting the pieces together and alerting the public to the family's eldritch secrets. Thus, with this single note, the Atlantic City expedition offers us some of the biggest lore drops of our entire investigation. Finally, in June of 2025, almost exactly 1 year ago, Fallout 76 received its Gone Fission update. The principal function of this new content drop was to introduce a fishing system to the world of Appalachia, allowing players to take a fishing pole to most bodies of water, apply bait, and fish for your next meal, or perhaps your next paycheck. Indeed, Gone Fission is actually where that unique fish, Real to Kanoth Maw Begotten, comes from, which we caught back at Big Maw. That wasn't actually introduced until this update in 2025. But Gone Fission does so much more for Eldritch Mystery than just that. You see, upon installation of the content and loading up into a game, we'll be prompted to visit a new location on the game's map east of the Shenandoah, really on the far eastern edges of the playable world space, called Fisherman's Rest. The area is truly unique. It has its own special, always dark climate. Even at daylight hours, it feels like it's nighttime here, and an abundance of strangler vines invoke earlier themes of mystery and cryptid. Our marker will lead us to an unusual character named the Fisherman, who stands before a large hermit crab using the remains of a fishing boat named the Linda Lee as a shell. As we approach, the fisherman creature will grunt at us and point the player to his more normal-looking human associate, a certain Captain Raymond Clark, and the following exchange will begin.
Ah, a fresh face! Come to volunteer your services, have ye?
That fish thing pointed me to you.
Oh, him? He's truly a monstrous creature. Oh, he's truly a fine specimen, isn't he? A gentle soul. But never mind about that. You seem like the capable type, ideal for the job at hand. He demands that ye... Oh, we'd like ye to aid us in catching the fish round these parts. Bring us whatever ye haul out of the water. The stranger, the better.
Who's the creature I just spoke to?
He's some kind of a... He's a swell fella. He just looks a little different from you and I is all.
Are ye feeling okay?
Why, I'm feeling as spry as a sea breeze, of course. Why do you ask?
Why do you want me to fish?
I think he wants to use them. Oh, don't worry yourself about the particulars, friend. You just bring us back 3 fish and be snappy about it.
Now, at this point, fishing will become unlocked as an activity, and we'll simply need to go out, catch some sea critters, and return them to Captain Clark, who will always inform us that our catches are no good and not to bother his strange friend with them, instead advising that we feed what we caught to the giant hermit crab boat, who will then regurgitate a reward for us. Once we've done that and returned, the downtrodden man will urge us to keep on fishing, and that should we catch any special fish, the weird fish thing in yellow will buy them from us for a premium price. Otherwise, we should simply eat what we catch, or give it to the hermit crab for a new daily reward, and thus the Gone Fission quest will be completed. Indeed, if we do catch any special fishies, like Real Takanoth, we can indeed return and sell them to the fisherman for a price of several hundred caps. Okay, so what's going on here? What is this thing in yellow? What kind of weird control is it clearly exercising over Captain Clark, and why is it collecting unique fish from the wasteland? Well, the implication seems to be that it has something to do with the interloper. Indeed, a note on a table at Fisherman's Rest, attached to a fishing hook, almost as if it was recently fished out of the water, is titled The Deep Note, and when picked up, it displays 2 hand-drawn images, one clearly resembling the interloper of Lucky Hole Mine, while the other appears to be an obelisk, perhaps also like the one we saw at Lucky Hole, or maybe the one beneath the Dunwich building. Additionally, there are 8 to 10 lines of illegible text. Words similar to og or oog can vaguely be made out, but their content is broadly impossible to identify. And I believe I already mentioned this, but if we head on over to the interloper's chamber in the mine after installing this update, but not before, it will be full of fish baskets. So the clear intent by Bethesda is to signal that this fisherman is seeking rare fish, which he either sells or just gives to the local eldritch cult, who then offer it to the creature in the mine as a form of sacrifice. It's possible that the interloper is eating and growing off of these fish, but it's also possible that the sacrifices are more metaphorical, kind of like how people used to lay fruit and vegetables upon the altars of ancient gods. Scattered around the perimeter of Fisherman's Rest are a series of holotape diaries left behind by Captain Raymond Clark, which appear to document his unusual psychological transformation.
Ever since I washed up on these shores, my mind's felt more and more adrift. I'm hoping this might be a way to keep me anchored. My name is Captain Raymond Clark. My father was a bosun, and so was his father before him. My mother's name was Deirdre, and she had long flaxen hair. This is foolish. How do I stop this thing? It's been a few weeks, or months, since I recorded one of these. Whole seasons seem to go by without my noticing. My head's been so clouded I can barely keep track of what state we're in. Come on, Raymond, hold it together. My name is Captain Raymond Clark. My father was a bosun. My mother's name was... Oh, confound it! My name is Captain. Captain. I'm a captain. It's my job to fish. To catch as many fish as we can. My father was a fish, and my mother...
Finally, as if to make it extra clear that this place is weird, on the eastern side of Fisherman's Rest is a little clown doll and a phonogram like what we saw at the Atlantic City clown occult sites. Okay, so we ask again, What is going on? Well, the Fisherman himself bears a striking resemblance to the Mirelurk Kings of Fallout 3 and the Lake Lurks of New Vegas. For simplicity's sake, we're just going to lump both these creatures together and call them all Mirelurk Kings, as they do seem to represent manifestations of the same genus. These were creatures the Lone Wanderer and Courier could encounter near bodies of water in both games. They're extremely hostile and exercise a level of psychic control over nearby Mirelurk crabs, who they can command to attack alongside them. In battle, they fight with both their claws and a special ranged sonic attack, where they just kinda screech at us to do damage. The exact lore and biology of these creatures is extremely obscure, but a rough analysis of their appearance, and this is true of the Fisherman as well, seems to reveal a combination of human and marine organism features. They have 4 limbs, clear arms and legs, primate muscle insertions, and human-like skulls, but also fins, scales, claws, and what even seem to be gills. The Mirelurk Kings and the Fisherman almost look like the product of a splicing of human and animal DNA rather than a typical radiation-induced mutation. You know, most mutated creatures we encounter in the wild have been made a little larger and a little more aggressive thanks to radiation. Maybe they've grown an extra limb or head, but they're still recognizably single mutated organisms. Think rad roaches, rad stags, Brahmin, normal Mirelurks, bloatflies, etc. It's not normal for the rads to fuse 2 organisms' DNA together like what we see with Mirelurk Kings or our boy in yellow, who may be a Mirelurk King. Rather, this kind of mutation is much more likely to be the product of the forced evolutionary virus. Fallout 1's lore, and the existence of centaurs in Fallout 3, reveal that when 2 or more creatures are submerged into the same vat of FEV, they fuse together into a single organism that inherits features from both or all of the composites. That description much better fits Mirelurk Kings. Furthermore, the existence and lore on Richard Gray, the Master, also confirms that FEV mutation can grant an individual unique psychic powers that allow it to control or commune with other organisms non-verbally. Indeed, this is how the Master leads his armies. Therefore, I'm a pretty strong proponent of the Kings and this Fisherman character by proxy to be the product of something associated with the FEV. That's not to say I'm 100% sure they were mutated by the forced evolutionary virus, but whatever changed them shared a common ingredient or active effect as the virus. Perhaps one day we'll learn that even the FEV itself had some sort of occult manipulation involved in its inception. Mirelurk Kings reappear in 76 and Fallout 4, but they almost seem to represent an entirely different species or taxa than they once did. Their appearance is much more amphibian in character, and it may represent of a splicing that involved a smaller human component than its predecessors in 3 and New Vegas. Furthermore, and the weirdest fact of all here, is that the pre-war world may have even anticipated the existence of kings and the Fisherman in some capacity. A film we can often see playing at drive-in theaters clearly depicts a Mirelurk King-inspired horror movie, and one's additionally present on the cover of several horror magazines and film posters. All of this is to say that the Fisherman is a weird character, but its basis in the lore is stronger than you might think. Still, its hold over Captain Clark is unlike anything we've ever seen such a creature do. Their psychic powers are usually limited to just basic Mirelurks. How did the Fisherman take over Clark? Well, that's something of a mystery that remains without a clear resolution. If you want my personal theory, my best guess, pure speculation, is that the Fisherman may be a unique Mirelurk King that itself somehow came under the sway of one of the world's various Lovecraftian forces. Perhaps it stumbled upon a Dunwich mine, or maybe the interloper itself, or even the Visitor. Heck, perhaps it encountered that silent one that sleeps beneath the sea during its aquatic travels. An occult encounter could have expanded and grew the king's abilities to allow it to control non-crab organisms. Finally, whatever the cause of its creation and enhanced powers, be it FEV or something else, the real smoking gun that confirms that the Fisherman is indeed at least a Mirelurk King, to me anyway, is that it seems to be a reference to the King in Yellow, or in this case, the Mirelurk King in Yellow. The King in Yellow, you see, was a collection of related short stories written and published by Robert Chambers in 1895. Despite not being written by Lovecraft himself, this 300-and-some page anthology is considered by many to be a sort of precursor to the style of horror Phillips would later adapt. And indeed, Lovecraft would go on to cite The King in Yellow as a major influence in his own career, and even go so far as to, in some sense, bring the tales and their antagonist into his own mythos, incorporating the yellow sign and other elements of the text in his own work. Because of this, despite its independent authorship, TKY is considered to be a founding text for the genre of Lovecraftian horror. And if you search this book up, many of the first, most informative results will be links to Lovecraft wikis. Anyway, as mentioned, The King in Yellow is itself an anthology, a collection of loosely related, separate stories that all revolve around a certain text, really a play called The King in Yellow. Evidently, when an unknowing individual picks up and reads this media, they begin suffering from an assortment of strange psychological symptoms that slowly drive them mad, and the poor host of this mimetic curse essentially grows to find themselves subservient to a mysterious entity, also known as the King in Yellow. So, the name of Chambers' original book, his collection of short stories, is The King in Yellow. All of these stories are centered around an eldritch text called The King in Yellow, and the primary antagonist, the looming wicked cosmic force behind all of this, is also the King in Yellow. Each of the stories in the anthology deals with a separate person whose life was in some way touched by the King in Yellow text, and it deals with the falling out as people go mad and become enthralled by this mysterious malignant force. All of the stories have their own resolutions, mostly involving the protagonists completely losing touch with reality, disappearing, or falling entirely under the king's sway, but there's no general resolution to the central problem at hand. And Chambers is deliberately vague in describing the king himself, if we can even call it a him. The King in Yellow, the entity, is presented more as a metaphysical force behind this phenomenon, with incomprehensible goals and twisted means. However, he is mentioned as donning yellow robes, and most fan art, and even cover work commissioned by publishers, relies on such a presentation. Thus, I think this character, the fisherman of Fallout 76, who dons a yellow raincoat, is meant to be a sort of Mirelurk King in Yellow. True to the pattern that Bethesda's established, I think the writers are deliberately referencing a Lovecraftian property, but going their own direction with it. Like its namesake, the Mirelurk King in Yellow psychologically infects others and bends them to his will, though he may not rely on a mimetic book to accomplish this. Likewise, rather than being his own abstract master of the universe, the fisherman is likely just another black star in an eldritch constellation of entities and cults looming large over the world in which Fallout is set. And it's on that note, ladies and gentlemen, that our trail finally runs cold. From a single haunted office building in the capital wasteland, the universe's Dunwich Mystery has expanded to incorporate numerous additional locations, artifacts, and possibly even deities lurking in the background, subtly influencing what are becoming some of the franchise's biggest factions and characters. Since 2008, indeed, possibly since the very beginning in 1997, this festering mystery has only grown larger, and it's poised to flare up again. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. A huge shout out and thank you to Nikki over at Tunnel Snake's Fool for helping to capture much of the B-roll footage used in the Fallout 3 and 4 sections of this video. Also, in the description down below will be a link to King Kath Creations' current Alzheimer's charity fundraiser. The Bethesda community has lately been raising money for the American Alzheimer's Association, and every dollar counts, so if you're interested, links down below. Lastly, Anachorite, who helped outline this video, and some friends have recently began beta testing their own Fallout wiki page, dubbed the Vats.Wiki. While the full site has not officially launched, several test pages are up, which largely deal with this video's subject matter, including Mirelurk Kings, the Fisherman, the Interloper, the Moth Cult, all that stuff. So if you'd like to do some further reading, links to that will also be in the description below. Anyway, thanks again for watching, and I hope to catch you all in my next video. Peace out, everyone.